it'll be easier if the sun's out. It'll be easier batting. Weather forecast is set fair. Played brilliantly, really did, up at Headingley, Craig Brathwaite. Come on, you've done this. How's he feeling? He's one away. How's he feeling?
Yeah, it's one of those moments where you're sort of a little bit nervous. Everyone knows you only need one wicket. You yourself know you need one wicket. You know you're going to get the one wicket eventually. But it's just you're bowling and it's like, well, OK, let's just get it out the way so we can put it aside and get on with the game. It's just one of those moments. Something pretty special to happen. It's a pretty elite club, so there's not many people who have been able to do it. So it's a big moment for Jimmy. He'll also be a little bit nervous. You know, as much as he's quite a calm guy, Jimmy Anderson, when he's bowling, he looks like he's in control. But he'll be a little bit nervous about just getting it done.
I just wonder also in the dressing room, they've had a good 20 minutes there. Whether he wants to sit on his own and reflect and just be quiet. There'll be somebody in his ear, come on, Jimmy, come on, you can do it.
Yeah, it's a good point, because in those moments, all your teammates, they want you to do it too. You know, they want to share in that moment with you. You share everything with them. You know, you're on the road with them for 8, 9 months of the year. You live out of each other's pockets. So it's one of those moments that you do want to share with your teammates. But sometimes just at that last little 5 minutes before you go out there, you just want to make sure you're clear in your head and just say, OK, thanks, guys. And then just sit on your own for a bit and just gather your thoughts.
You might just be thinking, I hope it's one of them screamers, like it pitches middle and off and it's the top of off stump. You don't want it to be one of them long ups that somebody slaps down backward point.
I can tell you right now, Bumble, it won't matter. Obviously, you'd want that, but it doesn't matter. Just get that one, get into the 500th, and let's get on with it. You can relax and just get into his work. I reckon he'll get it with a good delivery too. It's all about the delivery.
Opens up with a maiden. Last one to join that 500 club. It's a long time ago, 2006, Anil Kumble. Up at Mahali. Who was his? Steve Armisen was his victim, Anil Kumble. His 500th. Who was yours? Let's have a look. Tilly Karatney?
Yeah, unfortunately, I was trying to think of who it was yesterday. It was in the end. Andrew Simons caught it at mid-wicket. In Sri Lanka, we're playing down in Gayle. 2004.
Familiar partnership then for England. And Stuart Broad from the nursery end. I must confess, I don't know the ruling on the lights. It is absolutely gorgeous, beautiful now. And the lights are still on, and I think the umpires could say, well, can you turn these off now? If I was a batter, I'd be saying, can you knock these lights off, please?
Yeah, I'm not sure who the umpires surely make that call, don't they? They should be just signalling through. So get them off. Don't need them. Bright sunshine, beautiful sunshine. Just looking at Stuart Broad's follow through on that first ball. I'm not sure if he got his foot stuck or something in the crease, but he ran all the way down the middle of the pitch. Look there, he's trying to keep off, but he was right down the middle.
Brathwaite clocked it because he went down and started doing some gardening, pushing all the bits back in.
There it is, right down the middle. Have to be a bit careful of that.
We've got a great view from our position. There's been a bit of talk about these fairy rings. And there's one now right in the middle of the pitch. And you see, certainly when you see the sunshine on it, it's shining brightly. There's this beautiful, like a Saturn ring, right on a length. Lovely clip off his legs. Brathwaite's away.
Yeah, Stuart Broad hasn't quite got it right in the last few games. He's just been struggling for a bit of rhythm and a bit of form. This one here just way too straight, way too full. Once again, bowling to so many left-handers, getting that ball to go away from the lefties. And here it goes into the right-handers. It's full, it's straight. This batsman going to put that away all day. Following a leg stump, yes please. Off the mark with that. It's important England don't think that they've got that lead and make sure that they just come out there and expect it to happen. It's, as we said, it might have just flattened out a bit. It looks a different pitch with the sun out. And they're going to have to work pretty hard, the bowlers here, to knock over West Indies. Come back firing. They've got some good players on their side, and that lead will dwindle pretty quickly if they don't get it right.
Goes all the way through. There's a huge appeal. I think it's his back leg. No interest from England. 5 without loss. We're down to third man.
Bumble, just we were talking earlier about the way this game's gone and how much fun the bowlers have had. Usually in a test match, the first 2 or 3 days, it's hard work for them. But and if you watch this, just see how much they've got out of this. Ball swinging. And the batsman swinging. That is just a terrific delivery. Swinging both ways. Seaming. And some great catches. That was a very, very good catch. The ball and causing left-handers problems. Kima Roach picked up Pfeiffer, and he got the big wicket. Gabriel got Stokes twice in 3 balls, once with a no ball. So it's been a game. They're just doing some work on the pitch here. So it's a game that very rarely do you see the bowlers dominate as much as they have. And if you've got a little chart here somewhere, I think, which will show you how much this pitch has helped. Edge and miss percentage, if you read that out, it's 4 times more. So it's plenty there for the work. What will be the telling factor now is how does this pitch change with the sun on it and the roller? We'll wait and see.
It should be easier to bat on. It's a very easy pace pitch. It's modern cricket now with floodlights. They put the floodlights on and get them playing. Back in the day, bad lights not play. Spectators would be watching the grass grow. crowd right behind Jimmy Anderson again. They've just had a long tee of the crowd. They'll be around the back and on the gardens. Sort of pace, Jimmy Anderson, 82.
Well, a special guest we had just in the tea break, Damien Lewis, starring in billions. What a show that is. He said that Jimmy Anderson was going to get the wicket with a little feather to either Johnny Bairstow or first slip.
Hey, I've got to tell everybody at home as well, you just think about Johnny Bairstow and those 4 slips. Is it coming my way? I hope I grab it. Who are the slips? Let's have a look. Alistair Cook, Joe Root, Tom Wesley, Ben Stokes.
Looks very, very close. There's a little bit of swing. The off stump.
Just been some ground staff digging away where Jimmy Anderson lands. He's been back of a length so far. He wasn't happy. There we are. It's an elite club, and Anderson's just joined it. Fabulous moment. Shane, you got a new member.
Yeah, welcome to the club, Jimmy Anderson. What a delivery to get it bowled out the middle stump. Excellent stuff. His teammates get around him. The crowd's on their feet clapping, and well done, Jimmy Anderson. 500 test match wickets. Great stuff. There'll be a bit of relief from him too. See that smile, that's 500.
And what a dismissal. Demolished the stumps. Great emotion for him and the team. And to do it at Lord's. Standing ovation. Brathwaite is the victim. He's gone for 4, 6 for 1. Well, a fabulous moment for Anderson. He's been back of a length, and then he gets it absolutely dead right. It's moved a bit, it's moved enough. Middle and off. Look at the joy. And a fair amount of emotion in there. Look at the crowd.
A lot of satisfaction too. Look at that. That's a smile of a relieved man, a happy man. Excellent stuff. Holds the ball up to the crowd. That's just wonderful stuff. That's a moment he'll never ever forget. His family, his friends, all remember that moment right there here at Lord's. 500 test match wickets for Jimmy Anderson. Well done.
Second one to go to 500 on this ground. Your mate, Glenn McGrath.
Yep, Trescothick, wasn't it? Court Langer at third slip.
2005.
Yep, 500 wickets. McGrath. Two pretty good bowlers there. You talk about two great bowlers, Jimmy Anderson and Glenn McGrath. That's a great record too.
Did he smile?
He did. He was smiling, Jimmy. He couldn't wipe it off his face. It was from ear to ear, and why not? Why not? Congratulations, Jimmy Anderson. Awesome stuff. Everyone in the ground, remember, I was there that day when this happened. Jimmy Anderson, 500 test match wickets, bang, knocks the castle over, middle peg. Everyone will remember that one. Good delivery.
It's a beauty. He's just been fretting on that front line. He had the ground staff out digging away.
He's smiling.
Crowd are singing. It's a beauty, isn't it? Pitches and nips back. He's a good player out. Brathwaite, he's a sticker. I assume you get the ball at 100, 200, 300, 400, 500.
You do.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do. It's one of those things that generally, in my situation, Cricket Australia gave us the ball and had it mounted. And I'm sure the ECB will do exactly the same here for Jimmy. You have it. It's fantastic. You have all those balls in a row that are lined up. 100 wicket, 200 wicket. Excellent stuff. We'll have 5 of them now. 500 test wickets.
Dropped him. Ben Stokes. Oh, he's hit him straight in the chest.
Well, he looked like he was on the move, Ben Stokes. He was eager to catch it, but it went quite quickly to him, and I think it's missed his hands and hit him in the chest or like the sternum. See here, it just bounced a bit of zip. It went quickly. They're quite close there at slip, and he just wasn't balanced, Ben Stokes. Normally very, very good. An excellent pair of hands. Drop catch and it hurt. Just to rub salt into the wounds. He won't be happy with that, Ben Stokes.
Stuart Broad's had 7 dropped off him in this series. Flashed away this time. It's gone for 4.
Well, that wasn't a catch then. That was too high over the slips. I think it was over Joe Root's head or Wesley's head. But it was slashed, and it was slashed hard. I think the whole game's just been caught up in the 500th moment of Jimmy Anderson. Stokes drops one. Suddenly a swing of the bat, a catch over the top. It's all happening. I think that's down to Jimmy Anderson's big moment of his 500th wicket. Stay alert here. It is all happening.
Excellent from Broad. Bit of drama. 10 for 1. England feel they've got a problem with this ball. Well, the umpires do. Can't really see there. Oh, there's a little bit of leather coming off. Four overs old. It's whether they just cut that little flap off. But England would be saying that's part of the leather that's coming off. Do they change the ball?
Jimmy wants the ball anyway. Give him the ball and just get a new one and let's get on with it. He could mount it himself. Put it up on his shelf.
Will they have a pair of scissors out there, both umpires? Whether they need to cut a piece off. It's taking a long time.
That's what normally happens, doesn't it, Bumble? Normally, I think in some of the games that I was playing in, if that happened, they'll just normally cut it off and then just get on with it. But there's obviously might be a bit more than that, than just that little bit of leather that we can see that's off.
It looks to be a groove in this. It's a beauty. Here's one for you. Now, we talked about the ball that you get, and well, that's it. I think this one will be ended. They're going to change the ball. So that ball has just lasted 4 overs. So Anderson's going to get that ball, the one that he took his 500th with. It looks as if the umpires are going to change this ball. Tim Robinson is a 4th umpire. He'll have a bag of balls there, and they've got to find one that they think is, well, it's new.
I was going to say, it's only 4 overs old. It's going to be pretty hard to find one that's 4 overs old. Will they get a new one and maybe just put it in the dirt or something? Or?
Used to do that and just give it a bit of a bash. Have they changed it? Confirmation that it has been changed. Just 4 overs old and the ball changed, so there's hardly anything, just be an odd scuff mark on the ball. Confirmation. Jimmy Anderson in 129 matches, so he's 19 away from the great Courtney Walsh.
He needs 64 to take over McGrath to become the most successful fast bowler. He's a good chance to get that, wouldn't you? 64. Oh, that's a wild throw from Stuart Broad. 64 wickets. You'd think he's got to get that, doesn't he?
Well, he's just done an interview and said, I think I can carry on till I'm 40. He's 35 now.
It's another 5 years. Well, they play 12, 13 test matches a year. It's another 65 tests. Might be 4'1" by then.
I haven't heard much from McGrath with Ashes coming up. He's usually great, McGrath. 5-0. If it were a 3-match series, it's a 5-0.
I think the first time we sort of heard that, it was like, Pigeon, what are you doing, mate? You're sort of helping the other opposition out, just to zip it. He says, no, I believe we're going to win every test match we play. So he wasn't trying to be arrogant or obnoxious like that. McGrath, he just believed that he would win the test match. So when he sort of said it like that, it sort of made sense. But it wasn't a cocky thing or arrogant. You know, Glenn McGrath's one of the most humble people you'll ever meet. Nice, lovely guy. Bit of white line fever occasion when he got on the ground, but he's a lovely guy. A true gentleman.
I used to look at me, he said, if he bowled a bad ball or something, you know, he'd talk to his cap. Playing some shots.
I remember one game, McGrath, the umpires, you know, when it's cold, you have your jumper on, the umpire put it around their shoulders and cross it over under their neck. They got hit for 4 off the last ball, and the umpire was just starting to get it off around from his shoulders and try to get it. McGrath just beat him to it and started to rip it. And the sleeves were dug in, caught together. He just about ripped the neck off the umpire as he was staring at, put his face in the cap and started swearing into the cap all the way back, covering his face. class.
Excellent from Anderson. He's in the groove again. He's bowling that length.
That's the key. That's when you look at what Jimmy Anderson's, the way he bowls. Yes, it's skillful and all the skill he has both ways. He seams the ball. He's got his wobble ball. He's just pure skill, but he also has the length he bowls. He sums up the conditions of the pitch and the surface very, very quickly. That's why he's in that 500 club. He's a class act.
Five overs, 11 for 1. Well, we talked about bright sunshine, and there's a bit of cloud around again. Otis Gibson's last Test match with England. He moves on to pastures new. He moves to South Africa. That's a good challenge for him.
Yeah, he'll be pretty happy that AB de Villiers has made himself available too. Otis Gibson taking over the head coach job of South Africa. AB de Villiers announcing that he's available for all forms of the game. So that's great news for Test match lovers and cricket lovers around the world. And for the new head coach, you want AB de Villiers in your side, that's for sure.
Broad over the wicket, 4 slips.
Now, when people talk about cricket being a game of statistics, you just look at Stuart Broad in this series, only taken 7 wickets at a higher average than he has for a long time. But 7 drop catches in this series, 10 for the summer. So, he'll be disappointed with that.
Well, again, pushing forward to the Ashes, England will have to sharpen up the catching. No doubt about that. Through him. They don't drop him on purpose, obviously, but it can just skew your stats. Like you said, 7 wickets. Oh, how's he bowled? Oh, he's not bowled great. Hang on, he's had 7 dropped off him.
And if they're going to win in Australia, I need Stuart Broad bowling at his best, and as you say, the catching in Australia. I know catching's important everywhere, but especially in Australia, on those fast bouncy tracks, the catching behind the wicket is absolutely crucial.
Zipping past the outside edge, and it's one also for the coaching staff, because they do the work every morning, do the nicks, do the catches. Do they try and take pressure off and make it more relaxed and have a bit of fun, or say, okay, we're going to crap the wicket and we're going to really go at you hard, get the intensity up there? Whizzing past the outside edge again.
Well, you look at the stats and you say, yeah, he's been unlucky as well, Stuart Broad. 7 drop catches, unlucky. He can't believe it. He's throwing his hands up in the air. Look at that. That's a good delivery, angled in, then decked away. Tough to play that. We talked about, is this wicket just flattening out a bit? Maybe it's just getting a bit harder and a bit faster. The lights are still on. This red ball under the lights really does start to do a bit. It still is 11 for 1. Still 33 overs to go today. Plenty of cricket.
Eventful start. Historic start. 11 for 1. West Indies trail by 60. It's just getting cloudy again. Change upstairs here. Ian Ward, Nasser Hussain.
Thanks, Bumble. What a moment that was for Jimmy Anderson. And they haven't overreacted to that moment. They've continued their skills. They're all over West Indies here. Look at this ball. He's making it talk. Broad hasn't been at his best this summer, but he's performing at the other end. Deadly combination, these two, when their legs are kicking and they got some rhythm.
Yeah, well, he might not have been at his best throughout the summer, Stuart Broad, but he's been a bit unlucky. Catches going down again, and you know what it's like when he gets 1 wicket, he gets 2, 3 or 4. He's carrying that heel injury a little bit as well.
Yeah, and he's ticking.
He is ticking.
I think Broad's at his best when he's ticking as well. It makes him run in quicker with a point to prove. I think that batting helped him. He had a bit of a chat with Roston Chase at short leg, got him going. Give him a long spell here. You can often tell from Broad's body language whether he deserves a little spell or something a bit longer. Let him loose.
Wickets for Jimmy Anderson. You haven't had your say yet, Nas. You were his captain for the first one here. First wicket, Vermeulen.
Yeah. Sure, I need my say. I think 500 wickets from this man says it all, really. Highly skillful. From the first moment we saw him in an England shirt, you knew he had something special. Very, very skillful. Different as well, Ian. I think that's what I noticed first off when I saw him. He came from nowhere. I didn't even know about Jimmy Anderson. He was playing Lancashire second team all those years ago. This is the moment he got 500. But there are English type bowlers. I'll give you someone like Angus Fraser, line and length, top of off. We've had a lot of those. This lad had something different about him. In swing, out swing, no change in action. Highly skillful, quiet performer. Hardly said a word. Let the ball do the talking.
It was a nice little touch that went unnoticed because obviously all the focus was on Jimmy Anderson, but Johnny Bairstow raced down to the boundary to retrieve the ball, and he ran back as quick as he could with it to give it to Jimmy so Jimmy could hold it up to the crowd. The crowd were all on their feet and Jimmy was able to do this. I thought that was really good from Bairstow.
For 1.
Plenty happening. Really interesting when the ball slightly dominates the bat. It's completely dominated the bat in this test match. West Indies 123, England replying with 194. Ben Stokes was superb. Stuart Broad had a bit of fun. Kemar Roach, we shouldn't underestimate his achievement as well. 5 wickets, he's on the honours board, and 4 wickets for the captain. But they've had a heavy workload, the West Indies seamers, because of their selection. 12 for 1. 1 wicket so important for Anderson.
Should be 12 for 2. England guilty of dropping chances as well. A lot of things that have improved in modern cricket. Some of the fielding, the outfield, batting, bowling, one-day cricket, slip catching, not so much. Ben Stokes is one of the best as well. You can see why England, and Jimmy Anderson in particular, has bowled more in-swingers to Powell. Powell exposing his stumps with this new open stance that he's got. I think England have made a decision, conscious decision, go round the wicket, bowl a lot more in-swingers because he hasn't shuffled across and covering his stumps. Interesting to see which tactic works. Look how open he is, look how much he's showing the stumps. Anything there, he's very strong. Saw that in the first innings, very strong off his pads.
Yeah, that really was a nice shot. Slope just taking the ball back into Powell's pads. Mid position perfect, balance perfect, lovely time.
Stay clear of there.
Quite a big change he's made, isn't it, in terms of where he's standing? He was nicking balls from the line of off stump. You'd think he'd try and go further across, but look, as you say, Nas, he's showing those stumps, and he's left that thinking his middle stump is almost his off stump.
Yeah, it's a big change, and in England, I think, have picked up on that, the change he's made. Notice Jimmy Anderson generally from around the wicket to the left-hander bowls outswingers, isn't he, going towards the slip cord. Powell, he's got a few coming in. England very quick on picking up on changes. The bowling department talk and work with each other. Notice Gibson obviously hugely involved. Yeah, 80% of deliveries, I've been told by CricViz. Deliveries from Broad to Powell have been swinging in.
Moment hasn't arrived yet, but I wonder how long you'll give Broad before you give Ben Stokes a crack, who was so impressive in that first innings.
Now, as a captain, you have that feel, isn't you? Stuart Broad, sometimes when he's got no rhythm and his body language is not right, you take him off straight away and bring Stokes or Toby Roland. Just with Broad fired up here with a point to prove, drop catch, got some runs. He wants to be in this battle. Broad's at his best when he wants to be in a battle. Keep him going. Go. He's at the batsman all the time. 17 for 1. Plus with the Duke ball, England will shine it up. Ben Stokes said this morning, didn't he, to you? No, last night actually, he said how well they shined the ball up, Root and Cook. So in a few overs' time, you could go to him, see if he can hoop it round corners as well. Just a little bit of cloud cover now. Play can go on and will go on, weather permitting, till 7:30 this evening. So I don't think we'll get 31 overs in. Been a long day. It's been another good day.
And they're just tacking the stumps. Slightly different, a different change in stance, requires a different change in tactic from the bowlers. Previously in the series, it was attacking just on or around off stump for Powell. It's an odd thing to do when you were nicking off just outside off stump. You almost see batsmen go across to off stump to leave more, know where the off pole is. He sees it differently.
Especially from round the wicket.
Absolutely.
They have tinkered, haven't they? Think of Brathwaite and the way he adjusted his posture at the crease. Shai Hope, the way he moved out, and it's all worked for him. You'd say Powell has looked better in this game, but again, from that angle, he's showing Anderson a lot of stumps. Strong with his pads with fast hands. Should come back for 2, does.
Let's go back to that angle and stop it just at the point of release, the way you're setting up. Not 3. Round the wicket. It's very unusual.
You compare that to someone I used to play with, Graham Thorpe. Graham may take a middle stump guard from over the wicket and then go on to middle and off, if not off stump from round the wicket.
And you look at the way Milan and Stokes do it when West Indies go round the wicket. They're right the way across. But Hal sees it differently.
The other thing with him is that it looks like he wants to be positive in this innings. And not in a stupid, aggressive way. Just, I haven't got many runs by being in my shell. Let's have a positive mindset. Had some starts, 20s and 30s. As an opener in England, you get a start, you've got to go big. Oh, that's a good nut.
One of the pitches quickened up just a touch. A couple of these deliveries going through to Johnny Best have carried head high. A bit more pace in the pitch means the movement should be a little bit quicker as well.
Good, excellent running. Drop and run. They're going to need to do more of that. 20 for 1. West Indies now 51 runs behind. Low scoring game. What will they want? A lead of 150. England's batting fragile. West Indies got 3 good seamers. They won't want the pitch going flat.
Slight change of field. We've got a man on the hook now for Powell.
Those last 2 England wickets put on 60. And again, in a low scoring game, that's a lot of runs. West Indies just lost their discipline a little bit towards the end of their innings.
Toby Roland-Jones has been going through some warm-ups, a big run across the ground and some stretches, and gone through his action. He's had a very good start to his Test career. Obviously left out of that last game at Leeds, but placing Chris Wokes here, home ground, 16 wickets at just under 19. He's getting primed and ready. Which end will he come on though?
He prefers that pavilion end, doesn't he? If it was Middlesex, that's what he'll take. Tell the bloke with 500 Test wickets to have a blow. Good luck with that, Toby.
Excuse me, Jimmy, you just stand down. Thanks.
Interesting that actually, before this game, Jimmy Anderson said he'd learnt a few things from Toby Roland-Jones on how he was holding the ball, seam position. He's done various interviews with you over the years, Jimmy, how he learnt from Stuart Clark, the Aussie seamers, how to bowl that wobble seam. He's always learning new tricks, Jimmy Anderson. I think it'd be the other way around. Toby Roland-Jones would be picking Jimmy Anderson's brain.
One of his great strengths, Anderson, though, is when he's wanted to make a change, he's seen something in somebody else and he wants to try it. He seems to pick it up very quickly. Now, whether or not he sticks with it and says, actually, I don't think that's going to work for me, or whether he does stick with it and say, yeah, that's definitely working. So skillful is he with the wrist position and the feel in his fingers that he can get it very, very quickly. It's not like a period of 6 months where he's got to bowl and bowl and bowl and gradually integrate it into his game. He said, yep, you can do that. Get on with it.
Something Kumar Sangakkara mentioned in that interview with Michael Atherton, how a change to his game took months to incorporate. Oh, out, surely. Yeah, that's got to be out. Yes, given. You know you're in trouble when Broad doesn't turn round and ask the question. He was running off and celebrating. Will he review?
Thinking about it. Big moment for Kyle Hope. He's had no runs in the series. What will his partner Powell say? Time's ticking. Yep, they're going to look.
Well, player review for LBW. Can you start from the front foot, please? Front foot is fair delivery. Can you move on to front on spin vision, please? Can you just rock and roll it? Okay, I don't see any bat, but can you give me ultra edge just to confirm that there's no bat involved? Take it forward, take it forward. Forward. Okay, no bat involved. You can go for ball tracking when ready. Ball tracking coming up. Pitching outside off. Impact in line. Wickets hitting. 3 dead. Chris, you can stay with your original decision of out. I will let you know. Yes, make it.
Umpire Chris Gaffney has had an excellent game. Another good decision there. Not a great decision to review it. And Kyle Hope has had a very poor series with the bat. 0-1 in this test match is 21 for 2. Wickets continue to tumble at Lords. 21 for 2 in their second innings, West Indies.
Yeah, the decision to review was a poor one. Perhaps a little emotionally, because Powell, when he was asked the opinion of Kyle Hope, knew he'd been struggling. Could he get away with it? As you said, Nasser, when Broad runs through and it's a delay when he turns round to appeal, you know he's pretty confident.
Yep, his legs are pumping, he's fired, Stuart Broad, and his length was better there as well. A nice full length, nipping it back in. And a real cool dude comes in at number 4. West Indies' best batsman, Shai Hope. Good technique, good temperament. Going to need all of that in abundance here.
And more challenging conditions for him to start his innings in. The lights are on, the cloud cover has rolled in yet again. Lord will have his tail up with that wicket of his brother.
Good length, that was the key. Batsman coming forward, got him trying to play the drive. Very, very good bowling and umpiring. These two of the best, Rasmus and Gaffney. A run and a wicket, 21 for 2.
Broad has one, Anderson has one, and therefore 500. Powell's unbeaten on 16, and Shai Hope has faced just one ball. He's had a lot of challenges to overcome, Shai Hope, coming into this series. The expectation, but the numbers not behind him. He's met all those challenges. He's got another one right here, right now.
All eyes are going to be on the umpires tonight, because they did really well in keeping the players on. It's almost like a day-night test match yesterday evening with a red ball. Thought the umpires were exceptional. In the old days they would have gone off. It is September. It is late. Sunset is at 7:30. They're due to walk off at 7:30. Let's hope they keep them on here.
So it will be Toby Roland-Jones to replace James Anderson from his favoured end here at his home ground. As we were mentioning earlier, a very good start to his test career.
Toe end, all stopped in the slip cord. And who's going to win that race? Bairstow against Cook.
This has been an ongoing battle throughout the Test match summer. Bairstow against Cook, down to third man. Wesley, who gets the initial hand on it, and then they're on. Oh, Cook had a slight head start.
Kicks the cap. Not the sort of thing you should be doing to an England cap, but he was disappointed he lost the race to a man with pads on.
I used to think MS Dhoni was the fastest man in pads. I reckon Johnny Bairstow might be keeping up with him now.
It's not only a speed thing, it's a mindset thing. I'm sure some wicket keepers, when the ball goes down to fine leg, are thinking, I know what, I'm going to chase that, beat Alistair Cook in a race.
What you don't want is a hamstring to go ping.
Enjoys his cricket. Bairstow plays with a smile on his face. Kept well so far. An easy ground to keep. Lip reading, give him one more, I think. Regards to Stuart Broad, and a quick word with Ben Stokes. One more for Broad. Get loose, Ben. He'll be on a hat-trick, won't he?
Ben will be in his ear. Come on, give it to me.
I think Ben Stokes shies away from being involved in the game. I think he's also a very clever cricketer. He'll want to see some more lateral movement, some swing. Difficult to keep him out the game.
Just been that movement throughout the game, whether it's in the air with a bit of swing or off the seam. Good pitch. Not the pitch, it's the overheads that are causing the ball to zip around. For 2. Ben Stokes is running down towards the pavilion end, and Stuart Broad is taking his sweater off, so at least one more for Broad, 1 for 15 from his 5 overs.
Been spoilt this summer with the Test match cricket. Not had a dull Test match. Ground staff and pitches have a lot to do with that. Can't remember too many boring days of cricket.
Because right throughout the series, the bowlers have had something, haven't they? They've just slightly had the edge.
I think it's the future, I'm afraid, Ian. I know there'll be a few batsmen saying, come on, this is slightly too much towards the bowlers, but I just think in modern cricket, the way people watch the sport nowadays, I think it's a better, much more watchable sport. Not necessarily when it's like this, but when the summer has been like this summer has been. Spinners might argue, but there was a bit of spin in that South Africa series. It's got to move laterally. There's got to be some sideways movement.
Do you like the way the umpires have kept the players on the field when the unnatural light is on?
I think so. It's obviously different from the pink ball, and that's why they're trying to work with that pink ball and get it better and better. Red ball you don't pick up as well. The fielders and the slip cordon don't pick it up as well out of the crowd. One thing with that pink ball, around about this time, it lit up like a light bulb, and it was so clear, so obvious. I think the crowd here, they've waited patiently all day. Keep them out. He's picking it up all right, that is for certain. Powell, that's 4.
Picking it up and controlling it beautifully. He knows the man is out there for the mistimed pull, the top edge. Still took the shot on. Just a little controlled flip. In circumstances like this, when the umpires are keeping the players on the field but the floodlights are on and it's a bit gloomy and players can't pick up the red ball, you've got a pink ball, could you flip it over when you get to a certain light reading? You know, Formula 1 drivers change tyres when it's rain, change the ball.
I'd love you to go out there now and give Stuart Broad a non-swinging gun barrel pink ball. They have a bowl with this now. You've waited for these conditions all day, you batted in these conditions, but I understand your point. Try and keep them out there. Have to be a ball that's doing exactly the same as the ball he's got in his hand. .30 for 2.
So Broad's bowled 6, 1 for 20. See what Joe Root decides to do at the nursery end next time round. England's tail played exceptionally well. A bit of luck for Stuart Broad, and he rode his luck, but such an important latter end to that innings as England got up to nearly 200.
All eyes will be on, well, those beers for a start, and also Ben Stokes. Wonder if he's getting loose. I reckon I lip read the skipper to say, yep, one more over, and that was the one, and now Ben's getting loose. 6 foot, and he's on a hat-trick. Edge, but went down. That's what we found with Hope in this series. When he's nicked it, it seems to have gone down with soft hands.
Well, certainly after Edgbaston, definitely at Leeds, he was playing further out in front of himself in terms of where he's standing in the crease, but also not going quite so hard at the ball. This was very full. In many ways, it's a little bit harder to play with soft hands when it's that full, but it's definitely a feature of his in the Leeds Test match.
Both a mess there, Stokes, wasn't he? Hands on knees for a long time. Just signs that the odd ball on this pitch is kept low. Good hands again, Johnny Bairstow. You think Ben Stokes knows he's on a hat-trick? Sort of lost, isn't it, when it's from one innings to another?
Absolutely.
Especially on Ben.
You say that to his face.
Do you know if he was carrying any niggle at all at the end of that last game? And he bowled 5 overs on that last day at Headingley, and then he bowled 13 on the bounce yesterday.
He said he was fit when I asked him on interview. I said, you know, why did the captain only bowl you 6 overs? And he shot straight back. No, it was only 5. So he knew exactly what was going on. He sort of mentioned that he was asked to do like the enforcer's role in the first innings, and it took a bit out of him physically. No, I don't think he was. There was an injury of sorts, maybe just a bit of stiffness and fatigue. And I think, as he said, Root just went to Anderson and Broad in those conditions. But when you looked at the way he bowled in the first innings, you wonder whether Joe Root could have given him a little go. Certainly didn't say there was anything physically wrong with it, other than no injury, so to speak. Do you think Broad's just said to him, "You're on a hat-trick"? Because he would know.
Yes, he would. That is exactly the difference between Broad and Stokes. Broad would know everything. He'd know his stats against left hand, right hand. How many times he had a batsman out, how he had him out. Stokes just gets a ball and bowls. Left that in the end, 30 for 2. It will be Stokes.
One in that over from Toby Roland-Jones that crept a little low. That's more what we've used to see in this test match. Some decent carry. Broad is going to take leave of the field. He's had a sore heel, which has been an ongoing thing. He sort of slipped down the stair the other day and rather jarred his Achilles, so he was up all night icing that to get fit. So he's off, and Stokes is on, and he's on a hat-trick. That was Kemar Roach. Excellently caught by Jimmy Anderson, and then Shannon Gabriel cleaned up with the in-swinger. Now we think that probably Stuart Broad, before he left the field, has mentioned it to Ben. You're on a hat-trick, so make this first ball count. No looseners.
Already had one this summer, haven't we? Moeen Ali. Wonderful scenes. The Oval, 3 left-handers he got out. That little kid looking up at the big screen to see if it had been given out on review. Four slips and a short mid-on for Ben Stokes on a hat-trick. Not a bad position, that short mid-on. Highlighted in the first innings how upright in his drive Powell is. Just to have a man catching for an upright prod. He was out caught and bowled, Ben Stokes, in the first innings. By driving on the up, so the subfielder Wokes is waiting for run on the leg side. First innings on the up, driving back to Ben Stokes, caught and bowled. Stiff front leg. Ball's going to go in the air, so not only caught and bowled, but caught short mid-on, they think, England. That's a better drive. Good heat.
He'll be bowling with confidence, won't he? 6 wickets in the first innings, plenty of movement, got the ball to swing. That was a bit more of a cross seamer. Decent shine to the bowling, and have looked after it well.
Yeah, that's why I wouldn't bowl too many cross seamers, because you don't want to be hitting that shiny side and messing it out for swing. But just the odd one, like Stokes did there. Haven't seen too many cross seam. Nicely played as well. That starting to swing back towards the off stump.
I know he played that straight knee drive to be caught and bowled, but when you look at the changes we were discussing earlier he's made, Powell, in terms of showing the stumps and changing his guard, he's looked, would you say, more compact, more comfortable with his game?
He looks a good player. He hasn't got many runs in the series, but I think he's worth persevering with. Having said that, he'll probably get out here, but he looks a good player. Driven past Ben Stokes, punched away for 4. He moves to 27. It's 34 for 2. West Indies trail by just 37. They've lost 2 wickets in their second innings. We're going to have a change up here. David Gayle, Michael Holding.
Thank you, Nas. England got a pretty healthy lead when you take into consideration how low scoring the first innings have been. West Indies 123, England 194. 71 run lead. That's pretty good, more than 50% of what the team got in the first innings. Two wickets down already for the West Indies. They'll be hoping, though, that Powell and Shai Hope can put a partnership together in this innings as they did in the first. Just over 50 runs they put on together in the first innings. They'll need a bit more than that in this second innings, but that would be a start.
Looking down that batting lineup, Shai Hope has been the best of them, obviously, with those twin hundreds at Leeds. Despite the fact the series is 1-1, and it could be interesting yesterday as well. 1 or 2 there owe the side some runs. Chase is one of them. Blackwood's had a couple of fine innings, good enough innings. Dowrich owes a lot of runs. Holder's had the odd one. West Indies are going to, as it were, get out of this one. And the next 2 or 3 partnerships are rather important.
Yeah, they need to stop the rot right now and slowly build some other partnerships after this one. Powell again has occupied the crease for some time in this innings. Hasn't made a lot of runs, but he has spent quite a bit of time at the crease on quite a few occasions. When you spend that time at the crease, when you get starts, you need to carry on. You need to build and get big scores. This is his last opportunity on this tour. First test match, first innings, he spent 82 minutes at the crease. Second test, Second innings, 70 minutes at the crease. And the first innings of this test, 146 minutes. Just over 2 hours, almost 2.5 hours at the crease. Yet to go on to get a half century, or even bigger. Needs to do that now. This is an ideal opportunity for him to do that. Maiden over from Toby Roland-Jones, 34 for 2. Well, they think it's time to have a drink, so we'll go for a break. Well, this has been a pretty low-scoring game so far, and that's where we stand. The West Indies are still 37 runs behind England, 8 wickets in hand. We are down to third man with Beefy.
It's all about Jimmy Anderson, Mikey, today. He's got that 500th wicket at last. Let's just have a look at how it all started. Go right back to the beginning. Vermeulen, that's his #1 wicket. Big moment for him. He'd have enjoyed that. He does enjoy it. That's his 100th. Jack Callis, not a bad wicket to have. And then he went past myself, and Ramden was the man to give Jimmy the 384th. Martin Guptill was his 400th wicket. And we saw earlier today, Brathwaite completely beaten by the skills of Jimmy Anderson. And if you look at his record, there it is. Wickets, Australia 87, closely behind by India. An impressive record, and he wants to build on those Australian wickets this winter.
Certainly has been an illustrious career for Jimmy Anderson. Nothing has changed really as far as his bowling is concerned. Obviously has gotten better, he has shown more control, but he has always been quite enthusiastic about his bowling. Very energetic, you know, he's very athletic. Suppose the only change has been his hairstyle. It was a bit different when he started.
I'm going to say the one change early on in his career was action. He had this natural swinging action, as it were, when he first started. And then someone said to him, I forget which of the many bowling coaches he's seen off now, suggested that maybe a change to the action as a protection for his back maybe and from injury might be useful. He lost the ability to swing the ball, lost a bit of confidence, and then took the decision himself to come back to where he started from. And this is where he is now.
.27 runs to his name on this occasion. Kyron Powell again at the crease, heading towards an hour and a half now. Didn't quite time it, so another maiden over for Ben Stokes. 34 for 2.
Just just thinking about that set of stats that Ian was showing us just now at the end of the James Anderson tribute. Yes, he's got those 87 wickets against Australia. The average is higher against them. Has his ups and downs against them. He's not always been quite so effective in Australia. Although again, although he's got a good tally of wickets against India, South Africa, again, the average a little bit higher against South Africa. Easy assumption to make is that Anderson, of course, is more effective in the friendliness of UK conditions. Not to say he's not useful elsewhere too.
Well, you certainly would expect him to be very, very effective in England. He swings the ball. Has never been an outright fast bowler, frightening people with pace. Never been really one to seam the ball a lot either. The ball swings around and then it will continue off the seam. So he certainly is a lot more effective in England than outside of England. Just being informed by Richard that he has 23 5-wicket hauls in his career. Well, I'm not too sure if they should be running in the end. They decide against it. Yes, of those 23 5-wicket hauls that he has in his career, 19 of them are in England. So that shows that he certainly is very effective in this country. And those are his home and away stats. I heard two sounds. Might have been an inside edge. Murray Rasmus isn't interested. He walks away from the stumps immediately.
Yep. Not only more than one sound, but quite a big deflection too.
Saw Chris Wokes there. He's not in the final 11, of course. He played in the last test match up in Leeds. On the field for Stuart Broad. I think it's guaranteed he'll be on the plane to Australia for the Ashes, though. Runs. How many? Well, he'll have to run because it's uphill in that direction. May get there, though. Just about.
Well, you've got to play your shots, haven't you? Whatever the situation, you need to be in the right position at the right time to make sure that if there's a ball there that is to be hit, you hit it.
.38 for 2.
Tough game for batsmen, this one, isn't it? Two, those 2 wickets, Anderson and Broad have shared those 2 wickets. Broad better today, I would say, than the first innings. Better lines, better lengths.
There's no third man. 4 more to Kieran Powell.
Yeah, moot point whether, for instance, the third man would be more useful than, say, a deep square leg. You've got a deep square leg and a deep mid wicket. Could argue that Stokes would be better off sticking to his lines and his lengths. Slightly strange field setting with those 2 men on the onside, both of them deep. One of them, Moeen Ali, is now scooting away to the other side of the field.
Yeah, it's a long journey. Keep going, Mo. You wouldn't want a single every ball. Root appeared to be having a word with umpire Murray Erasmus about the ball. He wants a 3rd ball in this innings. Just been given another bit of information here from Richard, our statistician, which is alarming. The number 3 position in this series. Both teams throughout this test series, they have averaged 6.6 runs. 6.6. The lowest previously in 10 innings of a series, you'd have to go back to 1888, an Ashes series. That's in England, of course. Well bowled, well played as well.
Rich is muttering things like 4.4. The average then. Who was involved in 88 then? Who was involved?
Oh, no one at forward short leg. It would have been a good catch for him to take that straight down the pitch anyway. 43 for 2.
Right, those men from 1888 are Harry Trott. I don't care who's the brother of Richard. Just want to know who the other man failing horribly was. Haven't got time for a full biography and family tree. Diet, schooling, university, favourite ship, favourite colour, and Billy Barnes. Thank you. Trott and Barnes. Average 4. It's not good, is it, Mikey?
Not really. And no Wesley and Kyle Hope.
Mind you, to be fair, bat technology back in 1888 wasn't the same as it is now, you know.
Yeah. runs all the way to the boundary. Downhill, no chance of cutting that off.
4 it is, and he's okay, pal, when it's that full. That was definitely overpitched. When it's this far overpitched, he lets it come to him. It's when it's just slightly shorter than that in length that it sometimes gets a bit stuck with that front foot. But this is meat and drink to him. Stark contrast between those lights and the cloud behind.
Overs left in this game. 20.5 overs scheduled for the rest of the day. Certainly won't get those in. Game is scheduled to end in about 54 minutes. You won't get those 20 overs in 54 minutes. No need to run for those either. Moves on to 40 now, Kieran Powell, inching towards his first half century in 27 innings.
Don't mention it, Mikey, don't mention it. Well, good to see him finding a bit of form here, finding a few runs. He's one of those that, when I look back at the first couple of games, he's had his moments. First test match especially testing for him. First official day-night test match. So for him, bit of relief, but a lot of work still to be done.
It's 51 for 2. Trail by 20 runs now, the West Indies. Need to try and get rid of those 20 runs reasonably quickly and they think of building a nice lead. Here's Ben Stokes again. And here are Mike Atherton and David Lloyd.
West Indies trail by 20. Well, not the same swing, understandably, for Ben Stokes. Clouds are much higher. There is one huge cloud over the ground, but we've still got a little bit of sunshine. Well, before a little tickle. Is it leg buys or a bit of bat? Leg buys.
Just sometimes, very good player, Shai Hope, obviously. Sometimes it just gets a bit closed off. The previous over, there was a leading edge, a ball of similar line, just a bit higher, up in towards the rib cage area. Just leading edged it almost back towards Ben Stokes. Just slightly shuts himself off. Doing well to hang in here. These are very testing conditions, and Powell as well has played well in both innings actually.
Careful partnership is this. They played well. Powell's on 40, Hope 6 from 30, very careful. Partnership is 34. Plenty of overs left in the day through the rain delays that we've had. 19 overs after this. Good concentration this from Hope. Played wonderfully, brilliantly at Headingley. No doubt announced himself for the West Indies for years to come. He's a fine player. .55 for 2.
Singing and dancing in Burnley tonight, Bumble. Freedom of Burnley, has it probably already been offered, has it, Jimmy?
Well, I mean, it's just terrific.
Fantastic.
We go back to watching him when he played for Lancs, when he had that mullet on his head. I don't know what he was. Just used to run in as fast as he could.
Remember the predecessor who wrote was the correspondent at the Times, John Woodcock, who wrote he'll never be a great fast bowler. Well, he looks like a peacock. He had that big purple stripe on his head, didn't he?
We did a domestic game up at Old Trafford and Bob Willis was with us, and he just sat up and he just, in his own laconic sort of way, this chap's bowling at 90 miles an hour.
Right at the end of my career that Jimmy first came on the scene at Old Trafford. And it's bizarre, really, as you say. He was very quick. He swung it, but erratic. Nightmare to face in the net. You didn't know where the ball was going. And what a craftsman he's become.
To work it out to what he is now and this shorter run-up. Moment. It's a beauty.
It's a good one, isn't it? You want to mark these milestones with a good one if you can. You don't want it caught deep long off or something, because it's going to be replayed over and over again. And that was a beauty.
He's just got the nod as well. He's coming back into the attack. what you see now with Anderson is this short run-up, and he starts measured, and these last 5 or 6 stride, he's explosive. He burst at the crease.
Yeah, just completely rhythmical. In a way, I seem to remember Richard Hadley being right at the end of his career. I'm not really comparing the two at all, except to say shortish, metronomical run-up, very repetitive, putting very limited strain on the body. Like a machine.
Just digging in here, West Indies.
I've been impressed by Karen Powell in this game, both innings. We highlighted slight flaw. Every batsman has a flaw when he drives. He's quite upright and stiff-legged. That's how he got out in the first innings. Caught bowled by Stokes, and he has to be slightly careful on the drive. But he has played carefully. He's let the ball come. These are not easy conditions, quite alien to him. And he's really grafted and stuck it out.
False shot inside edge, gets a single.
Yeah, you can see how upright he is there on the drive. Very stiff-legged. Just be careful, because it's not easy. The ball is snaking around and moving late. Try and bend that knee and get into the drive. But defensively, he's played very nicely.
Leg by 57 for 2. Got an interesting DVD sent to me. If you can just hold it up to Comcam with an accompanying letter, you can see that DVD. This letter. I've been selling videos online for quite a while. They usually sell quickly, but I've had this one for 2.5 years, and nobody seems interested in buying it. I bought it for 50p in a charity shop in Dudley. To be honest, I misread the title. I thought it was NASA, the American Space Agency. Anyway, I rushed home, had a cup of tea and 3 custard creams, and slipped the video into the video player. It was a chap going on and on and on about short, silly wickets, long, hairy legs, and keeping whippets. I was disappointed. There is more. Beautiful shot through extra cover. It's a long chase for Stuart Broad's not going to get there.
Well, he plays with a bit of style and panache, does Shai Hope.
Back to the DVD. To say I was disappointed is an understatement. There was no 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 blast off. No rockets, and no Houston, we have a problem. Could you ask the bloke for the 50 pence back that I spent? There's no chance of that. We should raffle it off or auction it.
Who was the gentleman who sent you the letter?
Well, he signs off. Arrivederci, Stephen Smith. He's asked for his money back. He said, could he send me 50 pence that I spent on it? Quick bouncer.
Just keep an eye on Shai Hope's footwork after the bounce. It's noticeable at Headingley. Just occasionally after a short ball, his footwork would slightly change. The back leg, sometimes it just shunts a bit to leg. I think it's wise that England just keep him honest with the odd bouncer. sharp bouncer too. That's 87 miles an hour from Ben Stokes, and it's very gloomy out there. You could see Shai Hope there just blinking into the distance.
She's good pace, really good pace from Stokes. Well, third man, usual story, goes for 4. 65 for 2.
Good contest this. Stokes has got his dander up. He's bowling quite quickly. It's gloomy. Very fine batsman at the crease in Shai Hope, battling away with the match. Very intriguingly poised. West Indies only trailing by 6 now. Low scoring encounter. Plenty happening. Make sure he covers his mouth with his forearm on 4 demerit points or 3 demerit points.
Well, he was thinking of something there, but it didn't really get out. Jimmy Anderson's coming back into the attack. 22 overs, 65 for 2. Crowd responds. I just mentioned we got Anderson on now for all young cricketers, young fast bowlers. Short run up, starts slowly and then explodes at the crease. His last 5 or 6 paces.
The other thing I would say is his physique. I mean, you get lucky or not with the physique you're born with, but I think for a while bowlers, it became trendy to get in the gym and become muscle bound, and you lose the speed of your arm. I think how you describe Anderson is that he's lithe, wiry, whippy, strong, but not muscle bound, and I think that's perfect for a bowler like him. You keep the speed of your arm and stay fit for long periods.
Beautiful drive, straight back past Jimmy Anderson.
Well, he's 5 away from a half century, and I think the way he's batted in this game, he deserves to get there. We've only had one other half century in the game, Ben Stokes. Been very difficult for batsmen throughout. Powell's 5 away, and he's played with real determination in this game. Well, it is. It's a great bowler producing a great delivery. And Powell looks back. Really not much he could have done about it. He's played really well. With great determination, but he's been beaten by an absolutely cracking delivery from Anderson. Round the wicket, angling in, moving away, and just clipping that off bail. An absolute cracker for his 501st Test wicket, and coming at a very important time with the West Indies still trailing by 2. Powell played well, but he's gone now for 45, 69 for 3.
Well, that is an absolute beauty. Just takes the bail out. You can see the reaction 501st wicket for Jimmy Anderson. Just check his reaction when he lets this go. Oh, that's an 84-mile-an-hour off break. Powell, motionless, stands still, looks back. Oh, just nips the bail off. He knows that's an absolute beauty. Well, a game changer there, Jimmy Anderson. What a beauty to dismiss Powell for 45. Roston Chase, new batsman, it's gloomy. We're coming off at main event. Derby versus Hull will come on main event. You want to tune into the cricket, go to the cricket channel. Channel 404. Anderson's back into the attack. Main event, Derby versus Hull.
Well, this is a great time for Anderson to be bowling with a dark cloud looming overhead, the light shining brightly, and Roston Chase in, who might just have one or two England players chirping around him, because Chase was in at short leg when Broad came in and had plenty to say for himself.
There's a noise, there's a murmur. I don't think so. Chap to short leg, he's got the best view.
Yeah, absolutely. Root went straight over to Stoneman, who's hovering in that deep short square leg position. Got a great view of it.
Wind is trailing by 2.
Can you have a deep short square leg? What is that?
It's like one of them full Yorkers.
It's been a long day.
Terrific from Anderson, 69 for 3.
Well, it's worth looking at again. A great bowler at the top of his game in absolutely perfect conditions for him. And Powell had played very well. It needed a good delivery to get rid of him. He'd been battling away. They don't get much better than this. That is a cracker.
The chipping away, England out there. Another look at that. There's a bail trimmer. There's a bit of rattle going out there, and it must be because Chase has come in.
You don't say. And that is, of course, one of the consequences. You do a bit of chirping yourself at short leg, you know you've got to come out to bat at some stage, and there'll be 11 fielders against you.
Chases away. It's a single.
And the scores are level. Wiping out that deficit with a loss of 3 wickets. Pretty much as England did at Headingley, I think. England were effectively none for 3, weren't they, at one stage?
He's slipping himself here, Ben Stokes. 90 miles an hour, he's getting it through. Chipping away, Ben Stokes. Blackwood's next, he'll play his own way.
He's bowling quickly for sure. He's 87 miles an hour is about Ben Stokes' top speed.
Good from Hope. .72 for 3. Just going back to that DVD that we received and the letter, I've just, you know, you get the bit at the back, the blurb that tells you everything about it. Here it is. It's a brilliant 50 pence. Having spent 6 months tracking NASA's every move, this programme answers these questions and gives a fascinating insight into the career of one of England's most charismatic players. He's a legend. £50p. Dudley, a little shop in Dudley.
Not sure how much more play there'll be. The sun has kind of gone down behind that big cloud now. Very little the sunlight that there was there. Maybe the umpires will give it a little bit longer. Sorry, Bumble, I'm interrupting.
But throughout his glittering England and Essex career, he remained a very private person off the pitch, and cricket fans never got to know the real Nasser. Including more than 30 minutes of action footage. This exclusive story uncovers the real Nasser Hussain and shows him as he really is, as we share the pressures, hopes and thoughts of one of England's finest cricketers. 50p. A flirt and a flick, and it's down to fine leg, and it's 4.
And close to leg stump as well. Sure how much cricket there'll be left here, so Shai Hope's just got to think of the situation. Might come back tomorrow, pleasant day, might be a good day for batting. Let's get through this over.
Well backed up, two of them. Jimmy Anderson's just got a warning, first official warning for transgressing onto that danger area. That's the one.
Yeah, he doesn't do it without good reason, Murray, and there is good reason.
Well, he's having a dialogue with Murray Erasmus. Murray is not happy now.
Have to go some to upset Murray.
Well, he just has done. "25 overs, 77 for 3. Windies lead by 6, but with 3 wickets down. Over to Michael Holding and Nasser Hussain, the legend.
Sales of that DVD rocketing. Thanks, Bumble. West Indies 6 runs ahead, so they're 6 for 3, showing a lot of fight and character. Hope the man again, isn't he? As he was at Headingley. Oh, close, very close. Not out. Both umpires have had a good game. Was it just sneaking down? They're going to have a look upstairs.
Well, player review for LBW, original decision not out. Can you start from the front foot, please? Front foot, fair delivery. Can you move on to front on spin vision, please? I don't see any bat. Can you give me ultra edge, please? Take it forward, forward, forward. Okay, no bat involved. You can go for ball tracking when ready, please. Ball tracking coming up. Pitched outside off, impact in line, missing the wickets. You can stay with your original decision of not out. You're on screen now, make the signal.
Yeah, good decision again from the on-field umpire. Joe Root just using up one of his reviews, maybe because it was towards the end of play, maybe because it was Hope. angle, though, that lean that we've spoken about with Ben Stokes. The angle he creates is his strength when it moves away, but when it keeps going in on that angle, it does take LBW out the equation. Also, height was an issue there. Umpire Gaffney, 6 out of 6 on his reviews in this series. It's a beautiful drive. Hasn't tried to hit it too hard. Great balance at the crease.
Have a look at this appeal and decision and everything again. Certainly gets pretty wide with his delivery arm. Left foot isn't necessarily as wide as some bowlers, but by the time he delivers the ball and his arm pretty much going over his head, he's not convinced that it would have missed. A lot of bowlers need to ask themselves if they were batting, if they would like to be given out for some of those things that they appeal for. They just may say, may, no.
Joe Root just missing a trick here, I reckon. He's just thrown the ball to the umpire. I reckon it's more important that he gets more deliveries down now in this light. They could walk off at any end, any time. Just get on with bowling, get as many deliveries down in this light, get Hope out, get bowling at Roston Chase. Don't worry about the ball, change it tomorrow morning. Use these conditions. What would these two batsmen want right now? To get off, get back out tomorrow. Root's message must be to his bowlers and his field, get round between overs. Loses that drive shot, goes on the leg side. 79 for 3. This is where Joe Root must tell his boys to get round. Hurry between the overs. It will be time, it will not be overs. There's 17 minutes left in play. Let's see how many deliveries we can get down. Alistair Cook's been there, look at him. Let's get round. Played at that for a while.
Certainly won't want to repeat the first innings here. We've seen so many of the West Indian batsmen leaving alone the ball, but leaving a bit too late, trying to remove the bat from the line of the ball a bit late, and then the ball actually hits the bat through to the wicketkeeper or through to the slip cordon.
Gets through. Should be 2. All eyes on Stokes there. Just hurt his shoulder as he landed. That was the worry, as if it had popped out, but I think he's okay. Umpire Rasmus getting interested again. There were a few words after Erasmus gave him an official warning. And now he's got 2. One more and he's off. Can't bowl again. Oh, is that going down? Erasmus is giving him nothing. I reckon it was sneaking down. What does Joe Root reckon? Nope, he's going to have a look.
Well, player review for LBW, original decision not out. Can you start from the front foot, please? Yeah, fair delivery. Can you move on to front on spin vision? Can't see any bat. Can you just give me ultra edge to confirm that there's no bat involved? Take it forward, yeah. Okay, no bat involved. You can go for ball tracking when ready. Ball tracking coming up. Pitched outside off, impact in line. Wickets missing. You can stay with your original decision of not out. I will let you know when you're on now. Screen. Yes, make the signal.
Yeah, that was a poor review from England. Just the slope and the angle taking it down the leg side. Anderson was ticking with Erasmus as well. Maybe that had something to do with it. But it was a poor review and England have lost their 2 reviews. Happy. He's got to be careful here, Jimmy Anderson. He's had a good day, he's had a historic day, he doesn't want to ruin it by being in with the match ref. Last ball, he was in that danger zone again in that last ball. And that was close as well, that last one. 81 for 3. Erasmus just moving him away from the stump mics. This is a serious chat. Umpire Erasmus has a great way with the players. And he's just told Jimmy Anderson he's in charge. Erasmus, not Anderson. Joe Root's got a decision to make here. Might be a best thing to do is to take Anderson off, give him a cool head and a night to recover. Just both with the umpire and where he's landing his front foot. Lovely drive. What balance, what poise. Serious future, this lad, Hope.
We saw a lot of that up at Leeds. When he's batting well, he makes it look fairly easy. Just a presentation of full space of the bat to ball. And he finds the gap as well. That's another thing about batting. No point timing the ball beautifully and hitting it straight to the fielders.
Played it late, played it down. And England just getting a little bit frustrated here. Anderson one end, Stokes the other. 2 hotheads.
bit of toing and throwing going on out there on the offside. They're now deciding that they need 2 gullies. Jimmy Anderson was at backward point earlier on.
Good running. Tip and run on the offside.
That was good, very good from Shai Hope. Realized that 2 men on the offside. That left a bit of a gap between the man at mid-off and of course at point. So an easy single. Previously there were 3 between backward point and mid-off. That single would not have been available.
Nicely played. Gets under the bouncer. 88 for 3. Time to take Anderson out the attack, surely. Just keep him away from Erasmus as well. Anderson wants to go to Erasmus. Root has just got to keep them apart. Maybe it's an apology.
It's a long apology.
I'm not sure it was. I don't think he can argue whether he's running on the pitch. You just show him the footage, he's running on the pitch. It's whether maybe he'll be saying, did you give me any kind of warning first before the official warning? Bowlers like to be told, Jimmy, you're getting a bit close there, get off. Root needs to just get Anderson away from Erasmus, he really does. Well, it's been good from the third umpire. Umpire Ravi has told us that umpire Erasmus on a couple of occasions told Jimmy Anderson, Jimmy, you're getting close, get off the danger area. So Erasmus has done his umpiring absolutely spot on there. A loosener, and you don't bowl looseners to Hope. Let's have a look at Jimmy Anderson running on the pitch. Quite a few examples of him getting into that red zone. Don't think he can argue about what we've seen today. Here's the slope. Does push you in that direction, and that's why he might have to bowl from the other end tomorrow, from the nursery end.
From what we just saw there, he's lucky that it took so long to get 2 warnings. Those were about 12 deliveries which he went into the red area. You're not supposed to go there at all, not even once. So he's fortunate. slowly trying to build this lead. The West Indies stands at 21 at the moment.
Big in-swinger from Broad. Hope will keep the strike. 93 for 3. Change of ends, and rightly so for Jimmy Anderson. Not so much the umpire, it's irrelevant to the umpire. 3 warnings are 3 warnings, any end. Just at this end, you'll be able to get off the pitch slightly easier because the slope takes you in the direction of extra cover, cover point, your slip cord. He's got 2 at the moment, doesn't want to pick up another warning, but the slope will help him get off the pitch. Oh, well played.
Certainly do see this often from Shai Hope. Balls hitting the edge or hitting pretty high up on the bat and not carrying on the full into the slip cord, and either manages to ride it when it bounces awkwardly or just deadens the effect by being quite loose with the bat in his hands. Doesn't stiffly push at the ball, so it doesn't carry that regularly. Naturally, thin edges you can do nothing about, but if you get enough bat on the ball and you have enough flexibility in those wrists, there's every chance of you keeping it down.
Wider on the crease there, Anderson. This was the end. He got his first Test wicket 15 years ago. Mark Mueller, look how wide he is there, and nowhere near that danger zone at all.
This has been a tough Test match for these batsmen. Not too many of them have felt comfortable out there at the crease, have looked assured at the crease. Ben Stokes certainly has looked the best of them all.
.93 for 3. Can they get another over in? England are trying to hurry round to get an over in. West Indies aren't too bothered. Umpire Erasmus says we'll have another one. So it looks like we're going to miss out on 8 overs today, which is remarkable considering the amount of rain that fell earlier in the day. Ground staff, the drainage and the umpires done their job.
And the lights.
And the lights. Now they can take their timing. Doesn't matter how long it takes to bowl this over. They have to now finish the over now that the umpires are in place. It's like a bit of a leg theory going on here. Leg slip, short leg.
All out attack. And why not?
Well, you could see why not from Broad's reaction. He was not so sure. He was like, do I want another slip? I want to cover point, Skip.
You can just imagine what he would be saying. That ball had gone to point and the batsman had gotten a couple of runs. Runs aren't important at the moment. It's wickets. He's charging in, Stuart Broad. He knows that this is the last over of the day. He can give it everything in this over, desperately trying to get another wicket for England. On the other side of the coin, Roston Chase knows that he only has to survive another 3 deliveries, and he can think all about coming back tomorrow. Roston Chase came into this test series in pretty good form, having made runs in the Caribbean. Not so good on this tour though. This again is another opportunity for him.
Night cricket, this historic old ground. It's been a long day, it's been a good day. Last ball. Wide from Stuart Broad, didn't have to play at it. A historic day really at Lord's. The boy from Burnley got 500 test wickets. What an achievement, first England bowler to do that, only the 3rd seamer in the history of the game to get 500 test wickets. It was quickly followed by number 501, an absolute jaffer to Kyron Powell. But since then, West Indies have fought hard. There was an incident with Erasmus and Anderson. It's a good test match. It's an even test match. West Indies effectively 22 for 3. And all hope for them lies with Shai Hope.
Well, they'll get a good night's rest. All concerned, both the bowlers and, of course, the batsmen. come back, start all over again tomorrow. 22-run lead. West Indies will be hoping that they can push that towards 200 runs if possible. Having done, of course, 64 for 5 in the first innings, that doesn't mean that they can repeat, so they'll have to think about a much bigger score in their second innings. Well bowled Jimmy Anderson, not just today, but over the last many years.
Yeah, 15 years of very, very skillful bowling.
Movement again. It should be a cracking day's play. That lead is 22. West Indies with a lot of fight yesterday.
Yeah, and Hope's got to get himself in again. If you recall at Headingley, I think in the first innings he was unbeaten on 100 overnight, wasn't he? And got out. Did he get out first ball of the morning? I think he did. Fairly certain he did. Nicked it behind. Not always easy starting the next day.
West Indies striving for star players. They found one here. Shai Hope, 36 centuries in each innings up at Headingley. Headingley, the vagaries of Headingley, he played so well. They've got a star here. Roston Chase. Let's have a look at this field. It's 3 slips and a gully.
It was very spicy last night when Roston Chase came in. Be a bit calmer this morning. Chase was fielding at short leg when Stuart Broad came into bat and gave Broad both barrels. So England returned the favour when he came in last night.
Inside edge and gone. It's Anderson again. England strike early.
Yeah, Roston Chase is a decent player with a decent record, so it's a big wicket for England. Anderson switching ends. Everything will take the ball away from the right-hander from the end that he's bowling at now, the slope, and obviously his natural outswing as well. And Chase is just feeling for that with half a bat. Bairstow with safe hands. We think it's a batting morning with the sun out, but England have struck an early blow and Roston Chase has gone 94 for 4.
Perfect start for England then. Roston Chase caught Bairstow, bowled Anderson for 3. Jermaine Blackwood, quite a character.
And this is a key partnership. The best player, Hope, in the team. Blackwood, who's got a good record against England and can be a very dangerous player, but he is a bit hit and miss with the way that he plays. Always aggressive in his outlook. Enjoyed playing against England and has a good record against them.
It's fair to say he plays his shots. The character, as I say. And the thought from within the team is Jermaine is Jermaine. This is his first innings. He was on 1. .94 for 4. So Stuart Broad gets a go from the pavilion end. Be interesting to see how he gets off the pitch. He's much taller bowler than Broad. Broad's taller than Anderson, so he gets that end where the slope is going to naturally take him into the pitch. We'll just see how he gets off.
Well, we've got to keep an eye on Anderson because he's on 2 warnings, of course. So this was his last over. He's well away from the danger zone there. Slope should help him off the pitch more easily.
Well, just to be clear, these 2 warnings that Jimmy Anderson, if he does it again, if he transgresses again, he's out of the attack. He cannot bowl.
And as a former umpire, do you think Murray Erasmus handled that well last night? Perfectly fair?
I thought he was perfect. He just administering the laws of the game. Early morning batting, just having a little fiddle, just feeling. And you'll be thinking up there, Austin Chase, did I have to play it? Just short.
Played it well, played it softly, didn't go at the ball. See that he takes that bottom hand off the grip.
Oh, he's fine, isn't he?
Well, he's wider of the crease, isn't he, than Anderson. Anderson gets in tighter than Broad. Because Anderson has bowled all his overs at the pavilion end, you can actually see where he runs in. It's very metronomic. You can see that line of footmarks, if you like. That's Anderson's stride pattern. And Broad is much wider than Anderson. You can see there he's a good few feet wider.
Good lines from Broad. Good crowding so far, and it will increase. Queues again outside the ground to get in. Gates open, I think it's 9 o'clock, isn't it? Crowd settling in. Maiden, 94 for 4. Reality 23 for 4. England with a handy lead, 71. That's where we've got so far. Dowrich in next, out of Nick. Captain's handy. And 9, 10, 11.
The key moments yesterday when they dropped Ben Stokes. He had 24 at the time. He went on to get 60. There were only 2 slips in. It was a difficult chance to Kyle Hope, but third slip had just been removed. You look back in a low-scoring game at moments like that, they have a big impact on the game.
Oh, he's safe. Leading edge. Blackwood to get off the mark. An actor. Dr. Watson.
Is it Jude Law?
Blocked a few there.
Yeah.
Oh, beauty.
What was he in? Road to Perdition. Talented Mr. Ripley.
Dr. Watson, Sherlock Holmes. Errol Flynn. He's on the money, Anderson.
Blackwood's block 7. Tend to feel there's a shot coming.
A little bit wider of the crease to end the 34th over. It's a maiden, 94 for 4. West Indies with work to do, leading by 23, but the 4 down. Main player at the crease. Shai Hope is 36. like they're speaking again.
Yeah, it got a bit fruity last night, didn't it? But as I said last night, I think Marais Rasmus has got a fantastic manner with the players generally.
Good discipline there from Hope.
Yeah, he didn't play at it. Although he's shaped to play a shot, he just played very much inside the line. He's not having a go at that.
Big appeal, it's going down the leg side.
Well, they used them both last night, didn't they? England used up both their reviews. I think this was nipping down. It broke back quite sharply into Hope's pads, and the slope and everything would suggest it's going to miss leg stump, but they have no recourse to a review, having used them both up.
Well, it's doing a bit. Going down leg, I think. That LBW, let's have a see. Nips back.
Still got it, haven't you? Hey?
It didn't look right, did it? Worth an appeal, but not a lot going for it. .94 for 4. Piked. Straw boaters. School caps. Real scramble. The members come rushing in through the Grace gates and get their favourite seat. It's a jamboree of colour. Another court going here. Oops, here we go. Who's that gone? Ooh. Runs are difficult to come by, and there's movement for England's bowlers.
Yeah, it's not straightforward at all. England have put West Indies under pressure this morning. That was only the second time runs have come off the bat, and not exactly where Blackwood intended it to go. It's the second almost leading edge that we've seen from him off Anderson.
He's threw mid off. Stuart Broad beats the turf.
Well, he does beat the turf because he recognises what a moment that is. This is a key partnership. Blackwood is a very dangerous player. You know with Blackwood that you can get a catch anywhere, not just the slips or gully, but you're in the game at mid-off and cover because he hits the ball in the air frequently, and that should have been taken.
No real control with the shot. Might just take Broad by surprise.
Yeah, that's the point really. you shouldn't be taken by surprise with Blackwood, because normally at mid-off in a test match, top order batsman, you're probably not thinking you're going to get a catch, which is not to say you're not expecting the ball to come to you. But with Blackwood, you're in the game anywhere, can go anywhere.
It's been a pattern throughout this Test match series. Perhaps some of the catches have gone down.
Do you know how many have gone down in this 3-match series?
Well, I know that Broad's had 7 off his bowling.
Have a guess how many catches in 3 matches, both teams?
Oh, both teams. 22.
24.
Oh.
That's the 24th catch. Unbelievable.
It'd be interesting to talk to the coaches how they'd approach that, because they obviously need to catch better. They put the work in. Now, in your sessions, do you make it sort of jolly and great fun, or do you really clamp down? Get your head on. 2 ways. You can either give them a kick up the backside, or just make it a real fun session. Relax, relax. They're looking at the ball again.
Well, I had a chat with Joe Root actually out in the middle this morning. We were talking all things, but catching came up. He said the seeing at Headingley was difficult, but for whatever reason, he just said he thought it was difficult seeing ground, and there were legitimate excuses there, and it got gloomy, didn't it, from time to time. He said no excuses here at Lord's.
.98 for 4. West Indies 1 for 5 this morning in 5 overs. Young Guns are in. You could do a fun session, catching session. You can make it competitive and fun. Say we're just slip catching. They've got to catch 50 on the trot. And if you drop one, you go back to naught every time.
They'll be there forever.
I know, we used to do it, and you know, you get to that last 5 or 6 and one goes down, and whoever's dropped it gets heaps. Go back to naught. Off we go again. Playing inside the line again. It's good watching Moeen Ali practice in the morning. He's out there very early with Sackler Mustang, bowling forever, just in practice.
Ben Stokes was facing him actually, right-handed. He kept hitting him over extra cover for 6, right-handed.
No notice he hurtled one into the crowd just as they were just settling down and get the picnic basket up.
He did.
Well, for Shai Hope just to get through this session of bowling, these two premier bowlers. Roland-Jones will be looking forward to a ball on here.
Well, he's not playing at that again. He's just trying to hold a line, play for his off stump. Anything outside his eye line, he's not interested in.
If you're watching us on main event, we're going to leave shortly over to the football on main event. Man City versus Liverpool. Continue with the cricket on 4:04 on the cricket channel. Football on the main event shortly. Another maiden, 98 for 4. So City versus Liverpool on the main event shortly. Where's that? City? Must be at Man City. Good game. I say. Main event, leave us. Football comes on. We're moving to 4:04 cricket channel.
There, just on the offside for a leading edge.
Oh. Squares him up this time.
Yeah, it's well, a beautiful line this morning. Already got Rostam Chase to an outside edge, a couple of leading edges from Blackwood, a drop catch. It's Anderson who's looked more threatening.
Check that seam position of the last delivery. Just 2 or 3 deliveries ago, I mentioned the seam. Anderson 502 wickets and counting. That's why. Got that seam. Pitches and just misses off stump. Well, we've seen Jermaine Blackwood, and he likes to play shots, big shots. He's been defending here, he has to. Scored 4 from 19, and you just have a feeling there's a big shot coming. Back of a length, it's another maiden, 98 for 4. Indies lead is 27. They've got 6 wickets left. Next passage of play with Nasser Hussain and Ian Moore.
Thank you, Bumble. Just 5 runs scored this morning. Also 1 wicket. Roston Chase went for 3 off the bowling of James Anderson. England still unhappy with the condition of the ball. Another word with the umpire to try and get it changed. Umpire Erasmus says get on with it. So here comes Broad. Shai Hope is 37 not out. Jermaine Blackwood is 4 not out from 20 deliveries. Anderson has kept his length just back of to Blackwood. We're waffling away at the back of the box saying pitch it up, see if he wants to have a big drive.
Waffling might be an exaggeration. It looks like with Jermaine Blackwood, I think he's a very talented young man, but if it's up, it's off. First innings dismissal, they pitched it up and he had a big drive trying to hit it over mid-off. And then just now, earlier, he was dropped mid-off when it was pitched up. You might go for 4 or 6 if you pitch it up. You just got to risk it.
Well, we often ask spinners if someone's coming at them to just give it a little bit more flight and encourage them to hit it. Why is that any different for the seams?
I think Root should go up to Broad and say give it a bit of flight, get it above the eye line.
You could try, then you better walk away swiftly. And out on the hook. Close, unless there's an inside edge. Murray Erasmus looks to his right and then raises the finger.
Well, player review for LBW. The original decision is out. Can you start with the front, please? Yeah, fair delivery. Can you move on to front on spin vision? Lock and roll it. Can you give me ultra edge, please? Okay, rock and roll it. Go back. Go back. Yeah, take it forward 1 frame. Okay. Thank you. I'm going back to the on-field umpire. Murray, there was an inside edge, so you need to reverse your decision on screen.
Well, it's the third umpire, Ravi, saying there was an inside edge, the tiniest of inside edge.
Yeah, you can understand why he gave it out, umpire Erasmus, because the 2 noises he felt were the 2 pads. Had a little look at the square leg umpire, just any kind of indicator from the square leg umpire, was there an inside edge? Umpires go on the 2 noises, and the 2 noises could be inside edge onto pad or the 2 pads. Erasmus thought it was 2 pads. Technology suggests otherwise.
Well, everything looked right to give the decision out, LBW. visually, as you say now, sound-wise, but Blackwood preferred it straight away. Ooh, beauty. Every now and again during this test match we've seen one really go through strongly to the keeper. More so to Johnny Bairstow when England's bowlers have been in operation. He's been taking quite a few up around head high. Stuart Broad has just had a quiet word in Blackwood's ear as he goes past him.
Blackwood could easily say, well, you could have caught me earlier, Stuart. I'm still in. But that's the length. It seems like his eyes light up when it's full. That's the length. He can't help himself.
Previous delivery carried through nicely and bounced. That one much fuller, and Blackwood's eyes lit up. The man who likes to play his shots. He's been fairly solid in defence when it has been back of a length. Shai Hope just looks solid. 100 for 4.
Two different players, aren't they? Shai Hope very calm and calculated and measured, and a bit of class about him. Sort of know what you're going to get from Hope, just don't know what you're going to get from Blackwood. Makes him very watchable.
That's what Shai Hope said to me the other day on interview. You know, Jermaine is Jermaine. He's going to play his way. Roston chased the wicket to fall this morning. Quiet morning in terms of runs scored, but 1 wicket going to James Anderson, who's in again.
He looks comfortable that length, doesn't he? Just back of a length. He has a nice solid back foot defence. See if it's full. See his strike rates. That's where he likes it. Can't help himself. Strike rate above 100, almost in one-day mode. So you've got to risk it. You might go for 4 or 6, but it could get you a wicket.
Oh yes, it has got him a wicket. Not quite the full delivery from Anderson, but movement down the slope, the outside edge. England have another. Anderson has another. 5 down, West Indies for 100.
Bairstow has another as well. So the change of ends really doesn't affect Jimmy Anderson at all. All it means is it brings the outside edge into play because of the ball going away from the right-handers. That's twice this morning. Different end, same result. High-class bowling from Jimmy Anderson. Blackwood goes for 5. It's 100 for 5.
Shane Dowridge is the new batsman for West Indies. He's not bringing a lot of form to the crease. Only 10 runs in the series so far. West Indies are 100 for 5, but 29 runs in the lead, so effectively 29 for 5. Anderson has 4 excellent figures of 4 for 22 from 13 overs and 2 balls. This is the wicket of Blackwood for 5.
Yeah, wicket number 503. Challenging the outside edge, and this will be a real challenge for Dowridge. He's had a poor series. He's got a bowler at the top of his game running in at him. He didn't have a great day yesterday, dropped an easy chance. He's a young lad learning his way, but he's under immense pressure. You can even tell from the field what pressure he's on. Root really attacking.
It's Anderson really attacking as well, because he's asking his captain for another catcher. So he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 slips. The man catching front of square on the offside in the cover region. 503 test match wickets for James Anderson. Just watching his celebrations when he took that wicket. Diminishing. He still enjoys it.
Yeah, I'll tell you the other thing that's not diminishing is his speeds. I was having a look at some results from Hawkeye and QuickViz. His speeds over the last 6 years, his average speed has not gone down. His age, that's incredible. May not be bowling any quicker. His top speed is slightly lower, but his average speed is very consistent.
Skiddy quick with a fast arm when he first appeared on the scene.
Yeah, Bob mentioned it last night, didn't he? The way his head used to drop down. Jimmy's head used to go down and almost try and headbutt the floor. He's grooved that, and he's grooved it at the other end as well.
.40 gone, 100 for 5, and we're down to third man. David.
Indeed, very good morning. These games seem to move on rather rapidly. Wickets tumbling throughout the series where bowlers have been in the ascendancy of a batsman, but the catching has been variable to say the least. We've seen Stuart Broad drop this one this morning. Looks like Mutley when he's dropped it. And through the series, both teams have dropped some sharp chances, yes, and in some cases some incredibly easy chances. And it's been a litany of errors. So we should be grateful in many ways that the series is still going. We took a cumulative amount of catches out, and therefore the time that might have been saved could have finished about 3 weeks ago. But at least Anderson now has decided that the best way to go, and that was a lovely expression from Alistair Cook there, wasn't it? Although he has started catching them again. The best way to go, use the keeper's gloves.
Do you think it's a lot of parts of the game have improved, batting, bowling? Do you think fielding and catching has improved? You've commentated on this era, played in a previous era. From your era, would you say people catch the ball better in that slip cordon behind the wickets now? Or is it about the same or worse?
I would say these things always vary. I mean, in my era, both of them, for instance, caught an awful lot, caught some brilliant catches, and refused to remember the ones he dropped. We had that problem the other day trying to talk about that. There have always been great slips fielders. Colin Cowdrey going back beyond that, Bob Simpson for Australia, Phil Sharp, even. There are lots of very, very good slips fielders through the eras. And there have always been people dropping.
But my point being, like the ones on
Fred Truman's best lines after dinner are about people who should have kept their hands together, amongst other things that go with it.
Defend that away. My point being, you see in 2020 now some of these amazing catches on the boundary that would have just never happened in previous eras. That's improving.
That's very different.
Yeah,
that's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant what you can do on the boundary edge. I mean, there are still very good fielders in that slips cordon around the world. I mean, if you look at, say, trying to think, people like, say, Mahela Jayawardene, who's only just retired. You know, the number of catches he took off all sorts, mainly Murray, I guess. But there's some Stokes. I mean, looking at Stokes now, I mean, he's caught some brilliant catches there. Dropped a couple in the series, but there's some very good catches out there.
Way down to fine leg for buys, leg buys. The 24 catches that have been dropped by both sides in this Test series, Richard tells me, have cost a combined 777 runs.
Good stats, Rich. How's the breakdown of that 24? Who've dropped more? I guess
England
have dropped more because they've been in the field more. 14-10, England 14, West Indies 10, but remember England only batted once in the Edgbaston Test.
Raw dropping one of those catches, a fantastic reaction when he did drop it, bashing the turf in disgust. Change of field, down on the hook. That deep square leg is coming up. Stand alongside the umpire. $105 for 5. Fastest reaction when Broad shelled that catch at mid-off. No. Beat by Michael Atherton in the commentary box. A bit like you last night when you couldn't order your dinner.
Be careful what you do up here, aren't they? They go on that comcam.
I wish they'd been recording some of the cameras in the zone when we were preparing to do that thing with Marcus Trescothick. He pinned you a couple of times with the bowling machine.
You just get bored on that bowling machine, don't you? Just try and hit people.
Man catching in front offside, so 2 slips and a gully for Hope, who's on 38. You were pretending to be Marcus Trescothick, weren't you? Trying to take the mickey out of Marcus, and then I just nipped one a little bit straighter.
Hit a few outside the off stump, which I was lining up beautifully. That's what I was doing. Like Hope there, I was lining him up, doing my Trez impressions. Just bored down there. This is how Trez bats, look. And then you got bored and kicked the leg without me noticing.
Chipped and just short of the man that's been placed there exactly for that shot.
Hope occasionally just gets squared up a bit. On that occasion, he played out in front. And catching on the drive, very straight. Have him a little bit squarer than that. Anderson himself could get across if it was straight.
Bowled for nearly an hour now, but he might want to come off. He's into 6th over of this spell, but 1 wicket away from another fifer. Excellent delivery.
We made a big deal of the ends here at Lord's. We always do, but it's almost worked in Anderson's favour, bowling from that pavilion end. He was running on the pitch, got warned twice, so he's gone to that nursery end. Now he's just using that slope. This was the end he got his first Test wicket. Mark Vermeulen even bowling from this end. A full delivery.
$107 for 5. 4 for 24 from 15 overs and 5 maidens. Another wicket for another fiver. It would be his 5th here at Lord's. Red Truman's got 5. Beefy's got 8.
Ridiculous, isn't it? Botham stats. Everywhere we go, there's a Botham stat that's just ridiculous. There's a few off the field that are ridiculous.
Gonna say. Should do some stats on that one day, perhaps. You give him one more?
I think so. Obviously have to look after Anderson. These fast bowlers are like gold dust. But Anderson, one thing we haven't mentioned is testament how well central contracts have worked over the years. The fact that he's looking so trim and fit and bowling as well, and his speeds are up. There's ever proof that central contracts were exactly what English cricket needed. All those bowlers like Angus Fraser and Devon Malcolm used to turn up exhausted. Gough, Caddick. Jimmy Anderson came in at the start of central contracts, and look at him now. Look how trim. Still the speeds are up, getting better with age. Only plays for Lancashire when they tell him to play. England's his side. The old days, he used to be your county, used to be his side, and occasionally you go off and play for England. The other way round now.
On the extra yard at central contracts is one thing, but because they've got them in place, they can go the extra yard to look after both Broad and Anderson. Don't feature in white ball cricket. And Jimmy's played 73 first-class games for Lancashire. That's it. I mean, that's well down in the amount of test matches. What, 129 test matches he's played.
Balance, isn't it? I mean, you do have to bowl to get fit, and there are certain bowlers, Caddick was one of them, that needed rhythm and to continue bowling. Whereas Gough could just turn up to a test match, see a camera and turn it on.
The bloke that does that very well is in the current captain of the ODI side, Owen Morgan. He's out the back having a net.
He could have 4 months off, then just turn up and smash 150 balls.
Could you have done that?
It'd have been nice.
Would it have helped you?
No, there's certain rhythm players that you need rhythm of batting, really. Just carry on batting, get the rhythm of the game. That's why I fear for someone, you know, in 2020. Look at young Hamid at Lancashire. When 2020 came along and he was not playing, he lost the rhythm of the game, really. He had to go off and play some second-team cricket. So I think you need, as a batsman, to keep batting. Bowlers are different. You need to wrap them up in cotton wool.
No short leg.
Yeah, 10 runs in the series. Root smiling now. Maybe he wanted one and Broad doesn't. A lad who's really struggling. He's on 0 for 10 deliveries. You've got a bounce bowler in Stuart Broad and a slope taking it in that direction. Would have been a regulation fielder there and a regulation catch.
Oh no! Broad diving away, can't cling on with his left hand. 107 for 5.
Does that go as chance number 25? I reckon it does, but probably one of the more difficult ones.
It's just pushing through. Bat turns in his hand and it's fingertip stuff. I reckon Jimmy Anderson might have something to say if he clung onto that one and shelled the one previously. Oh yeah, is that how it is? Good effort.
He dropped a caught and bowled in the last game, didn't he? Ended up getting a wicket from it. Ricocheted onto the stumps of the non-strikers end. I think Hope was out, Kyle Hope. Always in the game with these West Indies batsmen. They just chip it up in unusual areas.
Anderson does get one more. Nicely controlled shot from Shai Hope. Anderson can now get to work on Dowrich.
Almost like he bowled him that short ball to get Hope off strike. First ball of the over. I've only got 6 in me, Skip. So I'm going to use the first ball to get this lad off strike, and now I'm going to get Dowrich on strike. See, he was almost happy. Hit it for one man out there. I'll have 5 at the batsman who's struggling.
Huge different field now for Dowrich. 5 catchers behind the wicket and the keeper, and a catcher at cover as well. There's movement again outside the line of off stump.
He lines them up well, though. Anderson, he bowls those deliveries that go down the slope, and then he'll just go wobble seam or in swinger. Just sets them up nicely, especially batting at that end with the slope going away towards that slip cord, and your head goes over just to cover the away movement. All of a sudden your front pad becomes the target.
Well, Anderson being the swing bowler, you'd think this would be more of a natural end for him. Of late he's wanted to come from the pavilion end, but Botham was always this end and Willis was down the other end. So Anderson the swing bowler, Botham the swing bowler. Broad, more of a seamer, Willis more of a seamer.
Your line bowlers that pavilion. McGrath, pavilion end. Brilliant record here. Rich, what's McGrath's record here? Who wins actually, McGrath or Botham on this ground? McGrath, I reckon.
Who are you hoping for?
McGrath, please. Wicket's Botham on this ground, obviously, because he played here every year. He wasn't banned. McGrath average out.
Did you just get punched by Sir?
He's banned again.
Way down to third man, and Dowrich is off the mark. Bairstow has chased it gallantly all the way.
The old snappers there would have got a good photo, and they're right in front of them.
Stokes was off after it. Bairstow wanted to get into a chase.
Only one of them was concentrating there, the photographer.
McGrath averaged 11.5 at this ground. 11.5. Gracious. Right, 1 ball left for Anderson in his 16th over. This might be him done for this session, for now at least. $112 for 5. 44 overs have been bowled. West Indies lead is just 41, so effectively 41 for 5. Player's going to take a drink.
Well, England wanted some quick wickets. Jimmy Anderson picked up one. Chase went very early. Almost running that to the keeper. Blackwood, who'd had a chance, a like already. Getting another one though. Johnny Bairstow makes no mistake. So the Windies, 5 wickets left, lead by 41 runs. England very much bossing the game at the moment. Shai Hope is the man that England will want to see the back of. Really is. Does look a very organised player to me. Good from Broad, with aggression. Jimmy Anderson was the bowler, Blackwood was the batsman, and Stuart Broad, who might well be thumping the ground. What his reaction would have been. That was a great effort, terrific effort that. And they stick. On this occasion it didn't. Just wonder what his reaction would have been if Jimmy had dropped that one off his bowling. Taken.
Good afternoon, Beefy. G'day, everyone. Looks like Stuart Broad's going to go after Shai Hope with a bit of short stuff. He's got a couple of men out on the hook. He's looked very organised and very calm. Let's see how he goes with these short stuff.
If he's going to bowl it, wouldn't you want a short leg in, or somewhere in that leg, either short leg gully for anything that's poked off, fended off?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind a man around the corner or that pad somewhere around there if he does try to fend one off. I don't think you need on the offside that short cover man there. I know Shai Hope can sometimes hit that in the air, but I think if you're going to bang those short ones in, I'd rather have that man just around the corner somewhere.
Just makes it a bit more difficult for him to play. You hook it, go for the hook, you've got the two men out. If you look to try and defend it, if the line's good, then defending it, that leg gully or short leg could come into play.
I think Stuart Broad should bowl with a bat pad more often, even if he's not bowling the short stuff. I think he generally angles the ball back into the right-hander, and even here at Lord's, with that slope and a little bit of bounce there, I'd like him having a bat pad permanently.
It just seems to be a position that's gone out of fashion, like third man has gone out of fashion. So many runs go down through that area. Short leg is one of the first people you had. Well, it's a long time ago. Too high for me. And we have no reviews left. So there's no point in standing there. You can't review it.
I was with you here, Beef. I thought it was high, live as well. Murray Erasmus, the umpire, just signalled that it thinks it was a bit high too. Nip back a little bit down the slope. Yeah, look how high that hits. Thigh pad, misses the pad, hits the thigh pad. Good sense that's going a long way over. Might even be going down too. He's out of his crease. It's got to go over the stumps.
Well, the distance I would suggest. Yes. Very close. $112 for 5. And Stokes then, his hero in the first innings, bowled really, really well. Picked up 6 wickets. A good bowl in the first innings. They gave him an extended spell, which I think he enjoyed. And I thought he got better and better as he went. 14.3 overs, 6 for 22. And he swung it both ways. And it's funny, isn't it, when you come back from an injury, a leg injury, and you just sometimes take a little time to settle back in. You're a little wary of not damaging or aggravating the injury they had. A bit of a loosener. I'm afraid I'm backing the ball there.
Well, good shot from Dowich. You'll enjoy that. Obviously been out of nick, hasn't got many runs in the series. This is his highest score in the series, so we'll enjoy that. Maybe give him a bit of confidence. Important partnership here. West Indies lead by 45. Big partnership here and get that into the hundreds lead. And suddenly it's game on. Also need someone to hang in there with Shai Hope. He's looked good. He's looked composed, looked calm, organised. Just need some people to hang in there with him and build some partnerships.
The other night, the England ladies captain. Women's World Cup, they lifted that in a very exciting final. Full house at Lord's for that game.
A very gentle ring of the bell, wasn't it, Beef? We used to normally get a big whack.
Well, yeah, I mean,
She
lady,
did a good job, but she just had a nice gentle tap, didn't she?
young lady,
Look at this, look. It's a nice, yeah, well done.
don't want to damage the bell. Quite timed. Single off final ball of the over. 117 for 5. Your centre, Lords, and man that's seen plenty of that, his home ground, Toby Roland-Jones, and bowling from his favoured end, pavilion end. I've been impressed with him. Somebody's bowled well, really well. I was a little surprised. I can understand England wanted to try and get Wokes back in, but he picked up 14 wickets, I think, at that stage in the series. Yeah. 4 matches, 16 wickets, average of 20, 1-5. Not a bad start.
Excellent start to his Test career. Excellent start. I was interested this morning, actually. I know the clouds have just come over now, but I saw Moeen Ali have an extended warm-up this morning and do a long bowls. Haven't seen any spin in the match so far, so I was curious whether Joe Root was just going to go seam, 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 or contemplate maybe giving Moeen Ali an earlier sort of bowl. He's gone for seamers. Roland-Jones, as you say, from his favourite end.
That hat, one of those caps would look nice down in Brighton, Melbourne.
Yeah, that would stand out, that's for sure. So with that, manicured moustache. Good crowd in though again, Beef. First 3 days sold out.
Excellent, absolutely excellent.
Pretty interesting stage, isn't it? 1-1 in the series. Windies lead by 46. I tell you what, you get an ice cream with a piece of flake in it with one of those ones. That's me. You look good in one of those, Beef.
I like them actually. I do like them. Pair of jeans. Yeah, good.
You don't know what colour that is because you're colourblind.
Well, exactly. So it's right to
So it looks good on you.
Very happy with that. Right, you have the MCC at Melbourne, don't you? Melbourne Cricket Club.
Yep, they had been staging the AFL finals at the moment. There's 100,000 people there last night for Richmond Geelong. Saw the mighty Tigers, the yellow and black, get up. Melbourne Cricket, great place to play, the MCG. You've done some good things there too, Beef. You used to love playing MCG. Bay 13 used to give it to you, didn't they? They used to give it
I didn't get too close to them.
Great venue though, isn't it?
Terrific. Now I used to send Bobby, Robert, off you go, RGD Willis down to Bay 13. But no, Bay 13, they were somewhat noisier as the day went on. Just maybe a fraction further up.
Yeah, that was one of the keys for Roland-Jones, was the length he bowled once he's come into playing test match cricket, wasn't he? It was impressive length, 16 wickets at 20. He's bowled a full length, dragged the batsman forward. Just hasn't quite his first day of the day, just finding his rhythm.
That's not a bad shot. Wasn't that short, but he's onto that quickly. And that's whipped away. Down to third man, David.
Yeah, Ian, this is something for you in many ways. It's about the way the bowlers have had to switch ends, particularly Jimmy Anderson. After that slight escapade last night where he was found to be running on the pitch in his follow-through and had words with Murray, this morning, sensible thing, go to the other end. Bowl from the nursery end. No problems at all. Rhythm as normal. Slope helping him. Couple of edges, threw into the gloves. Best way, of course, as we said earlier, to make sure catches are taken. Use the keeper's gloves. And his pitch maps are much the same, actually. The change of ends hasn't made a huge difference the way he's bowled. If anything, slightly better from the nursery end, which is good news for him and good news for England. And likewise, Stuart Broad, who's taken advantage of the fact he can now come from the pavilion end, which would seem to be the more natural end for him. His pitch maps are also very good.
Yeah, actually, last night I thought when they had the first, when he got his first warning, I'd have pulled him out of the attack then and brought him down to the nursery end, Jimmy Anderson, because it was only a matter of 3 or 4 balls later that he got his second.
Yeah, I mean, for you, of course, this was your end. The nursery end was your end. Everyone talks about the slope. Every time we come to Lords, it's compulsory to talk about the slope. But it suited you because of the natural angles.
Natural angle, and the most important thing as well is you want to try and get close to the stumps. Not all the time necessarily, you might want to go wider, but you want to have the opportunity to go close. And with the slope going down towards the tavern, then of course it helps you get off the pitch. So it was much easier. And Warney and I were talking about earlier, and we both actually enjoyed bowling this end.
Well, you look about the Broad and Anderson does it. It actually naturally should suit the ends they're bowling from now, as you say. Jimmy Anderson down here, taking the ball away with the slope, and Broad from the pavilion end, with him angling the ball back in with the slope, the odd one straightening. They look like they're at the right ends now. I remember you talk about beefy bowling down here. I can't help but not mention Glenn McGrath. He was probably one of the best exponents from that pavilion end that we've seen. up there. His record here at Lord's is amazing.
I mean, I was thinking there are a lot of assumptions made as to who should bowl at what end, and some of these things obviously perfectly reasonable. Getting the away swing to go for Anderson makes sense from the nursery end, but sometimes bowlers prefer to bowl, as it were, from the wrong end. I was once berated by the press 1989 when we were coming second against a side called Australia for bowling Neil Foster at the wrong end, and yet I only asked him which end do you want to bowl from, and he said I want to come from the pavilion end, and he bowled beautifully. He got 5 wickets in the first innings or something, but I was criticised for putting him on at what was deemed the wrong end.
When are you going to learn, David? When are you going to learn?
Well, I like the odd outspoken comment now and again. Now, for instance, talk about this ground at Lord's. No, mustn't do that. But no, that is the point, actually. There are also bowlers who logically or illogically prefer to come from an end that suits them for their own preferences, as it were. And if sometimes it's just psychological. If they've come here before and got 5 wickets from a certain end, even if it's the wrong end, you feel like bowling there again, don't you?
Complete mix up there to get away with it.
Yeah, Richard, our statistician, just told us that Glenn McGrath 26 wickets in 3 games at 11.3. Not bad.
Yeah, a little expensive. He loved it. He loved bowling there.
Didn't he ever? You just felt, even standing the slips watching Glenn McGrath bowl from that pavilion end, you just, with the slope, that spell he bowled in 2005 was just, every ball looked like he was going to take a wicket.
.123.5. Might just be time for a bit of spin, just to see what happens. Just be inclined to do that. There's the man. A bit of chat going on at the top end there from pavilion end in the seamers and the captain. And Jones will continue. Might well be thinking about the introduction of spin, perhaps deciding which end they'll do it from.
Yeah, it'd be a good call, I reckon. Just was listening to Jimmy Anderson yesterday. He got his 500th wicket. He said he was enjoying his cricket, thinks he could play for a while. He said he feels fit. Just watching him this morning, taking his 2nd wicket. Have a look at that, the way he's celebrating that and the smiles. You don't really see Jimmy get that pumped up and smiling and that happy. So it's great to see him. He's taken his 500th. England are in a pretty good position. It's great to see him enjoying his cricket.
Why wouldn't he? He's got a bit of a break now, and we've set sail for Australia. Well, I thought there was something happened there as well. There's a couple of slip fielders who thought something happened, but no one else. Bounced. It's a noise, but I don't know where the noise comes after the ball's gone by.
What it did do was bounce. Good carry. I think this wicket's starting to quicken up. as the Test match has gone on. I think good day of sun today. Just starting to get a bit more bounce and pace.
It's got to be out. It is out. You get much simpler catches than that. Again, a bit shorter, back of the length. As you say, maybe just getting a bit quicker. But it was quick enough for Darridge.
Yeah, it's a good short one. Dorich was late on it. Just did nothing else but just splice it up in a simplest of catches to mid-on. Look at this. It was dug in. Wasn't really there to play that pull shot. It's got nothing on it and just lobbed up the Stuart Broad. He's dropped a couple today. Pretty hard ones, but he took hold of, he grabbed hold of that one. Roland-Jones is happy, and why not? England now take their 6th wicket. Dorich has gone for 14, and it's 123 for 6.
Jason Holder, then the West Indian captain. Forgets he's 26 matches. It's almost the same age, 25 years of age. So, but this is the West Indian way now. They're regrouping. They're bringing these youngsters through. Shai Hope is certainly one that's done well. Brathwaite, Gabriel.
I think the skipper, Jason Holder, as he plays a little bit more, I think he could bat up the order a bit too. I think he's got 100 so far, but I think he could bat a little bit higher. This is his last wicket again. Roland-Jones banging in. It wasn't really short enough for Dowrich to try and play that pull shot, and that's as easy a catch as you're going to see. Just wasn't short enough. He knew it straight away. Broad said, thanks very much. Roland-Jones gets one. Will get their 6th. 53 now, the Windies lead by. Need one big partnership. Shai Hope's on 42. He's looked pretty good. He's looked comfortable. He just needs some people to stay with him. Got through a really tough time last night. It was very dark. But look at that. Just besides Power 45, just no one else contributing enough. Just something substantial. Just trying to help Shai Hope out. Trying to hang in there, but not quite been good enough. And this is probably the best time to bat today. 3rd day, bit of extra pace in the pitch, the sunshine. Got through some tough times. This is the one they really need to get through, find a way.
49 overs gone, 125 for 6. .54 runs ahead then, the Windies, with 4 wickets left. Some work to do. They're going to prolong this game much longer. And time for a change in the commentary box. David Lloyd is with Michael Holt.
Thanks, Beef. A lot of work to be done. Shane Warne was saying that Shai Hope would have been hoping for some people to hang around with him. He's on 43. He has been at the crease now just over 3 hours, but not too many people have spent any length of time with him. There are the partnerships. Very mediocre partnerships, those. Powell and Hope having a partnership of 48. They had a partnership of 56 in the first innings. That was supposed to have gone on the onside.
Well, it's not been a game for the spinners. Could have gone on their holidays. Where's that gone?
I think that just shows you the nature of this pitch. It's pretty slow. He almost completed the shot before the ball got there.
Well, yet again, England are complaining about this ball. They've checked it so many times this morning. Got to go through the rings.
This is actually the second ball that they have used in this innings. After 4 overs, the first ball was changed. That one apparently won't be changed yet.
Umpires have all sorts of paraphernalia out with them, a pair of scissors. Got the rings for the cricket ball if there is a complaint, or if they feel that the ball is out of shape.
Bairstow, as usual, chasing. He's quick, even with the pads on, but he won't get there.
Well, he loves a run down there, Johnny Bairstow. He'll have a big smile on his face. He's thrown his gloves away. Get out of the way.
Off the hip. No runs to Shai Hope, but runs to the West Indies. Go on, Johnny. Go on, Johnny. He's fit, that's for sure.
Just wondered about this morning with the sunshine first up, at least when we started, if it would be easier for batting. It's not been the case.
We haven't really seen as much swing though. No, the bowlers have bowled well, so that's the reason that the batsmen haven't found it easy. But we haven't seen the amount of swing. First 2 days it was going around buildings.
Well, extraordinary swing from Ben Stokes in that first innings. West Indies bowled out for 123. Stokes with 6 wickets. I think England have put a good set together in this second innings with the quicker bowlers.
$129 for 6.
I mentioned the spinners. It's been the quicks for both teams. Bishop didn't bowl a ball in England's 194. Moeen Ali, we've not seen him in this innings. It was 4 overs in that first innings.
And even when he was bowling those 4 overs, those of us up here in the commentary box were saying, why is he bowling?
Well, it just shows you different parts of the world where getting to the subcontinent and, matter of fact, just open with the spinners. And quick bowlers don't bowl too much.
It's all about conditions on the day though. I think the West Indies would have thought that they needed a spinner on day 1, because when the toss was being done and throughout that morning it was bright, sunny, clear. It hasn't turned out that way for most of the test so far.
time of day. Getting ready for a long lunch.
That's why they still have 4 slips in there, apart from the fact that England are very much on top. West Indies only leading by 58. Still getting a bit of help there for the seamers. That's doing it off the seam, off the pitch. Not really swinging around as previously.
Decent technique as Jason Holder, a very tall batsman. Just got to hang around with Shai Hope. And it's not easy. It certainly isn't easy. Shai Hope, a wonderful player, 43 from 122, very watchful.
No run there, definitely not. Good call by Shai Hope to send him back. A maiden over, 129 for 6.
Three wickets down this morning.
No wickets yet for Ben Stokes in this innings. Got 6, bowled beautifully in the first innings when the ball was swinging around.
Final test match of 3 this, but we continue. 1 T20, 5 one-day internationals. Only T20, it is up at Durham. It's on Saturday. It's a night match. Bring a blanket.
Well placed, well timed. Everything good about that shot.
Moves on to 47. He's going to be an absolute star for the West Indies, he is. Eye-catching.
Thought about a single first, then he thought possibly 2. Needs to stay at just 1 though.
With regard to Shai Hope, he's just, the selectors may have had a troubled time, but stick with a young player. You can see the talent. It'd be great if he was able to find his feet in a really good team. Turned out to be the mainstay of the team.
I think we know that Jason Holder is capable. He has made runs in the past for the West Indies. Just one reasonable knock so far in this series. He can bat though. .134 for 6.
Looks to be in some discomfort, Ben Stokes. He's just called for the 12th man to come on. He's been wincing there as he's been bowling. Troublesome knee.
He has had quite a few problems. All those problems have stemmed from the bowling that he has done. He puts everything into whatever he's doing, Ben Stokes. Even when you see him diving around in the outfield, you see him land awkwardly on his shoulder and all that. Bumble, if I was in charge of this England setup, he would be batting, and occasionally bowling.
The thing is, you need a strong captain, because I reckon he wants to be in the game. He wants to be bowling. You could just see him that over there. He was grimacing, walking back. He's got this problem with his knee, and an operation on his knee.
Well timed. It's downhill in that direction. Stuart Broad is chasing, but he won't get there.
Well, this is real class. He's moved on to 50, Shai Hope. Talk about a young player, investing in a young player. His first 11 test matches averaging 18. You stick with him. Just look at that shot. Just tells you that shot how good he is. Well, this is that shot that I was talking about. It's just back of a length. Gets in a great position sideways on. Just brings that right hand into play and gets it wide and mid-on.
Peeled off the outer half of the bat, but it's still 4.
A bit of a right-handed Brian Lara there. Fielder's thinking that's in the air, it's gone to hand. No.
That's what Shai Hope has done. First test match, well, pretty much everyone failed in that test. Since then, fantastic test match up at Headingley. And possibly heading for 3 figures again in this test. Averaging 9-2. .142 for 6.
Well, it's been class, it's been graft, and some lovely shots. Played in all conditions. You can see the shadows of the players under floodlight. This will be last evening. And we're into this morning. 132 deliveries, 9 fours. Some immaculate defence.
Can see how Shai Hope has just blossomed in 2017. Well, we were talking about spinners in this test, and that the West Indies spinner hadn't bowled in the first innings. Moeen Ali bowled just 4 overs in the first innings for England. Now he's back.
It's one of those, from league cricket, this bowler's name, who's this? We've not seen him.
Let's see the field pushing back mid-on, going deeper and deeper, but there are 2 close-in catchers. Alistair Cook, no, it's Jimmy Anderson at first slip. Bat pad there as well.
Just continuing down the hill from the off-spinner, first delivery. It's supposed to spin, but it doesn't, just carries on.
A man deep, extra cover. He has to go a lot squarer than where he was though, so he won't get there.
Good reach from Jason Holder.
Has to be careful when he's driving at those balls that are that wide. He expects it to spin back in and it straightens or goes down the slope. Jimmy Anderson will be brought into action.
Yeah, that line, it's a threatening line outside off stump. Just might have it in your mind as a batsman that he's an off spinner, he's going to spin back up the hill, but Anderson's in play at slip, outside edge.
Well, none has spun yet, going past the outside edge.
He has long sessions in the morning, out in the middle as a practice with Sachin Mushtaq, the spin bowling coach, Moeen Ali.
And there he is. heading over with the other spinner to do a bit of coaching. It's 147 for 6. Inching forward with the lead. West Indies 76 runs at the moment. Nowhere near what it needs to be, and these two at the crease will know that. It's taking a bit of time to get the fielders exactly where they want them. 3 slips on a gully at the moment. Moeen Ali had been out on the square leg boundary. It brought him into square leg, saved the run. He has moved even a bit further to his left. He's now more a mid-wicket position. This was when he got out at Edgbaston. You can see the pink ball. But since that, not afraid to come forward, and you can see he's a lot tighter with those drives. And that ball that found the inside edge at Edgbaston. Another maiden over from Toby Roland-Jones. 147 for 6. We are down to third man.
You two absolutely spot on when you say that Jimmy Anderson is in play at slip off Moeen Ali to Holder, because as you saw in that last over, he beats him outside edge with the slope and the drift going away. Take you back to Edgbaston, different conditions, different ball. the pink ball. Absolutely froze there, but we'll try and get back to the pink ball at Edgbaston, but definitely on the outside edge. Here we go. He really got beaten on a number of occasions outside that off stump, not getting across to cover it, and he was eventually given out for that last one. You can argue whether he hit it or not, but on review he was given out, and I think that's even more the case here on the outside edge. Not so much for Hope, because Hope seems to go back and across, but with the slope and the breeze he'll just drift it, and Anderson in the background and Bairstow in play.
And he doesn't have any rough areas. There are no run-offs. He's on the pitch itself. We're only into day 3. Be difficult to spin it off the pitch itself back up the hill.
Shai Hope not driving at the moment to any of those. Came forward, saw where it was, and just kept the bat behind the pad, allowing it to go through. Couple of deliveries left in this over, so we'll get another one in from the pavilion end. That's the coaching going on. Well left. It's not turning back in. 148 for 6.
Be another over. Young leg spinner Mason Crane. Out with Sackler Mustak. He's got an audience.
Last over of the morning session, and the captain has decided he'll take the ball himself.
Do you know he's got another option? We've just seen Mason Crane just bowl a leg spinner there. Dowie Milan bowls leg spin. He's opted for another off spinner himself.
Calling up the man from long on. Try and prevent the single in that direction. That's short road down there. Oh! Outside edge. They'll be looking for 2. Should get them as well. Couple of runs. 150 for the West Indies. Should just be a single. Another change in the field with Jason Holt on strike. Man at forward short leg comes out. Having 2 men in the slip corner now, Cook and Anderson.
Booty. On you, buddy. Down.
So just one ball to go before lunch. And dropped. That's why he wanted 2 slips in place.
Oh, an opportunity, another goes down. Difficult chance, but a chance. Ooh. Nearly worked Joe Root, bringing himself on outside edge. Hit him on the shin, I think. It's gone quickly. He's just coming up. Alistair Cook, he's just lifting from that stance there. Difficult.
When you see these and you see them in slow motion, you think to yourself, that should have been caught. And more times than not, they are taken in the slip cordon, but it got there really quickly. Jason Holder was driving fiercely and it flew off the outside edge. Let's have a look at this in real time. That's how quickly it got there. Not easy. But the West Indies will be happy. They did not lose another wicket before lunch. They are lead by 82, so they are still in there fighting.
Beefy had 8 fifers. 4 for 29 in his 17th over now, Anderson.
Well, he's got 87 test wickets at Lord's, Jimmy Anderson. Always bowled from this end. His test debut and took his first test wicket bowling at this end, Mark Vermeulen, but more often than not he's bowled from the pavilion end, but had some trouble running on the pitch, the slope not helping him get off the pitch, and Ray Erasmus was certainly in his ear towards stumps last evening.
When they changed round, Stuart Broad from that troublesome pavilion end bowls a little bit wider on the crease, so he didn't encroach into that danger area. Anderson gets close into the umpire. Straight through the defences. There are 2 catches on the offside, 2 slips of gully, 2 close in front of the bat on the offside.
The shiny side was shaping for an in-swinger, and it wasn't a split seam or a wobble ball. Just went on the angle. A little bit of extra bounce. Holder looking at that field to be sensing that Anderson's going to try and take the ball away from him down the slope. That one went up the slope with a bit of bounce.
Just looking around the field, it appears that it's going to be Stuart Broad from pavilion end. 2 big shots then starting after that lunch break. Bright sunshine again.
Or a few showers potentially bubbling up as we go throughout the day. And Stokes has had a bit of treatment. He's now back on the field.
Series stands at 1 each, 3-match series. Plenty more to come. 1 T20 match, 5 one-day internationals. T20 matches next Saturday. It's a night match as well in Durham.
Bring your thermals.
Bring a blanket.
Be in the pod.
Oh. single from the over, 154 for 6.
Ben Stokes, we understand, has got a slight issue with his knee, but he'll be getting a rest anyway because he's not been selected for that one-off T20 international at his home ground. He's never played an international game at his home ground. That's certainly got a few people upset. West Indies, by contrast, have flown in some of the big guns. The big gun, for sure, in Chris Gayle. Stokes set to have a break for that one, and then fitness permitting, he's been selected for the one-day international series. Starts at Old Trafford, ends at the Ageas Bowl on the 29th of September. That's a night match too. 29th of September.
Get the gritters out. Disciplined innings this from Hope. Who's top of the pile? Leading run scorers. Man at the crease.
Majority of Alistair Cook's runs came in that 243 at Edgbaston with the day-night test match. Shai Hope has certainly taken his batting forward in this series.
What about wicket takers? 3-match series. Thought so. Jimmy Anderson. Kemar Roach has been good. Shannon Gabriel's not in there. That doesn't tell the whole story.
Be the leading no-ball bowler. Gabriel certainly added an extra dimension to their attack, hasn't he? The game where he wasn't playing, just looked a little toothless. Just that extra bit of pace.
Still working on this ball. They keep trying to get it changed. We're into the 59th over. Ball was changed after 4 overs yesterday that a big chunk had come out of it. Jimmy Anderson had got his 500th wicket, hadn't he? So he gets that ball, I assume, not this one.
No, he's already got it. He pinched it. That's safely in his possession. Cannoning into middle stump. They took a piece out of the ball, so when they changed it, they made sure he got it. Nice touch from Johnny Bairstow, because the ball hit the middle stump and then raced right the way down to the boundary in front of the media centre. So he was taking the applause of the fans and the congratulations of his teammates. Bowlers now like to hold up the ball. Bairstow realised he didn't have it, so he went and got it for him.
155 for 6. Leeds 84. We were surmising last evening. 200. To get to 200 and make it really interesting. We've got a long way to go. Ball is holding sway.
As they have done throughout the Test summer, even in the series against South Africa, bowlers tended to be just a little bit ahead. It's made for very interesting Test match cricket.
Onside edge and gone. Oh, that is a big wicket. Anderson once again, 5 for. Terrific stuff again.
Fifth fifer at the home of cricket for James Anderson, and that is an outstanding delivery to get rid of an exceptionally good young player who was well set. I know he was starting again after the break, but he'd got the hang of the pitch and conditions, and that's an absolute beauty. Celebration is there again for James Anderson. Good knock from Shai Hope, 62 for him, 155 for 7 West Indies.
Well, it's 83 miles an hour, but it's absolutely on the money in that channel. He has to play at it. Yet again, he finds the outside edge. We saw the great seam position, and you'll see it again. It just nips the seam, takes the outside edge. Bairstow does the rest. Terrific figures again. 17.1 overs, 5 maidens, 5 for 30.
Well, he'll have another ball to take away. Got the 500th, and now the 5 for.
He's got a big mantelpiece. Well, he's alongside Fred, but Fred would tell you, got him in 12 matches.
Glenn McGrath's stats there. Gracious me, averaging 11.
Jimmy Anderson, 5-5 in 21 matches. If I'd have had 21 matches, I've had about 15.
Meanwhile, here's Devendra Bishop. Didn't get a bowl in the first innings. To get stuck in with the bat now to try and help his captain. The Windies past 120, 130. Himself a sniff of something.
See very little of Bishop. He's a leg spinner. Didn't bowl. He's got a job to do here. That is a big wicket for England. Best player, Shai Hope. The end is nigh. He's having a ball, Jimmy Anderson, around the wicket to the left-hander and castles him.
Well, this could finish very quickly because Anderson is bang on form. This is high-class swing bowling. Just under 84 miles an hour. Nipped one past the outside edge of Shai Hope. And he's gone past the outside edge of Bishop to hit the off stump. 6 for 30 from 17.5 overs with 5 maidens. 155 for 8, and Bishop has gone second ball.
Well, a stroll in the park for Anderson. Gets Shai Hope and then goes around the wicket to Bishop. Just clips off stump. He's nowhere near that.
It's not done a great deal. Maybe it's just held a line up the slope a little bit. It's an off stump, hit off stump, but with the slope maybe just held up.
He's played down the wrong line there. He's gone down Bakerloo, it's down Waterloo. Best match figures at Lord's for Anderson. Look at this over, wicket, dot ball, wicket.
Kemar Roach, who was singing the praises of James Anderson last evening after he took his 500th, is now in the firing line. Anderson with 8 in the match. 2 required to wrap up the innings. 2 required for Anderson to take 10 for. Straight ball or just a hint and nip up the hill?
Whatever it is, he's missed it. So Kemar Roach in at number 10. Bua Bishop didn't get a bowl. Watchful shot, it's a glided shot down to third man.
He's got 2 wickets in the over and he's got a grump on because he's gone for 4. Well played though by Jason Holder, didn't push at it. Definitely slightly opened the face just to run it into that gap. What does he do now? Holder, how does he play it? Hope that Roach can just hang in and play a few shots, grind it out. Lead is 89.
160 for 8.
$18 overs, 5 maidens, 6 for 35 now for James Anderson. Beauty to get rid of Shai Hope. He played really well, but that was Anderson's 5th wicket of the innings. 2 balls later, castling Devendra Bishop. 8 in the game so far.
How's Kemar Roach done in this series? He's in at number 10. 6 not out at Headingley. 5 and 12 at Edgbaston. Well, not going anywhere, West Indies now. That lead is 90, 8 wickets down. Holder's the captain. It's looking like he's going to be stranded. Shannon Gabriel to come. ease through extra cover. Up the hill. And 4.
As you say, Bumble, ease, didn't try and overhit this at all. Beautiful shot, wonderful timing. The ball right under his eye line, didn't go at it. Placed it fantastically well. But from Stoneman, but 4. West Indies will look back on today with great disappointment. They did extremely well, really, given the conditions last night with the floodlights on and Anderson searching for his 500th. Just get through to stumps, only 3 down. Turn up today and the sun is shining. A little bit of movement and they just haven't managed to get anything going, save for Shai Hope. Chance of getting anything out of this test match this morning and this afternoon was when they were going to have a good time of it. They've not.
Oh, nearly through extra cover again. Single eventually.
Well, Holder knew he timed it well enough, I think, to get it past Ben Stokes at extra cover, so he wanted the run straight away because he would have known that mid-off would have had to have defended it. Kemar Roach wasn't so sure whether Stokes would get it, so he hesitated, and they weren't sure whether Mark Stoneman would manage to gather it. They did a little dance in the middle of the pitch, but safely through in the end.
.166 for 8. We've got a splendid view from our position, straight down the pitch, elevated. See how the game's changed. The corporate side with the boundary. Never miss a trick to get a bit of advertising in. I remember it used to be whitewash. Just a bit of whitewash all the way around. Then we had a rope, and if the club was wealthy, it was a whitewash rope. Then you used to have little flags, didn't we? Now we have these little cushion pyramids.
My earliest memories of watching a game on the television here at Lord's is seeing the ball roll up and hit the wall in front of the pavilion. That's right, Richard just said it wasn't 4 unless it hit the wall, so you could run up the little slope, not get there and come back down again.
Well, I played in the 70s here, and you use the whole pitch, so there's no boundary at that side, particularly where the wall is, and just that little rise. Dennis Amis decided for some reason to dive at it. He banged his head on the wall. Passes the outside edge.
Perfect seam position, isn't it? Bolt upright.
Yorkshire fork. County Championship, if you look at the County Championship table now, Somerset won that last game against Warwickshire, so Warwickshire are deep in trouble at the bottom of Division 1. But by that win for Worcestershire, they've dragged in to that relegation spot Yorkshire and Middlesex. couple of matches to go. Is it 3?
3 rounds, isn't it? I think. Our cameras will be at Edgbaston on Tuesday. So that's Warwickshire against Essex. Whereas Jimmy Anderson will go back after the test matches and get a game in for Lancashire. Won't feature in the one-dayers. Don't think Stuart Broad will be playing for Notts. I think his heel is now in need of some rest and rehab.
Alistair Cook has got I think he's got a knee problem, and he's going to see some medics. Not playing for Essex. They have that little football match before play, about 10 minutes. And Alistair Cook, for these last 2 at least test matches, he's been sitting out. It's either he's no good or he's got a bad knee. They're lining him up here. .68 for 8.
Stanley playing today.
Carlisle, home. In the playoff positions. Good day for footy today. Great day.
Cook's off. Someone's told him about your comments about his football. When you first played here, did they have any of those side screens?
No. No, they didn't.
Just the pavilion?
Yeah.
NASA's just asked if the pavilion was here when you first played.
He's been here a while.
Been repaired though, hasn't he? Storm damage some 2 years ago now. It's the new addition, the new Warner stand.
Lifter. Pesto's off again. He ain't getting that.
It was quite sharp, just under 88 miles an hour from Stuart Broad, and as you say, David, it lifted down the slope at Kemar Roach. Off the elbow. So 4 leg buys. Ouch.
$18.90 that pavilion was built. You were one of Barrett's. Big appeal again, it's high and going down the leg side, I think.
A couple of noises too, so maybe 2 pads or a bat and pad. Two pads, no bat involved, very high. Border's found a bit of rhythm though. He's pumping those knees and charging in. His pace is up and he's getting that little bit of nip and extra bounce.
West Indies are still in there, leading by 101, 172 for 8. .172 for 8. 63 overs have been bowled. Anderson charges in. Change upstairs here. Michael Atherton, Nasser Hussain, legend.
Played nicely here, Jason Holder, lining it up well. He's had a bit of luck outside off stump. I think he trusts Kemar Roach at the other end. Kemar Roach can hold a bat, plays nicely. Shannon Gabriel, slightly different. Genuine number 11 to come. At the moment, he's just playing properly. Gone fine, and there is no fine leg.
Yeah, it's very accurate, Anderson. He's bowling from the nursery end, so everything suggesting he'll be bowling outside the off stump with the slope and his outswing, but this one just went for the inswinger, the surprise ball. No fine leg.
Holder wants the strike. That was poor from Anderson, just gave him a nice hit ball so he could get back on strike. 177 for 8. Often bowlers in that last ball just try and hide the ball with the bouncer or one wide so he can't reach it. And
in a very healthy position. West Indies just 106 runs ahead, and the pitch getting better. Hardly had 2.5 days on this surface, to be honest, with all the weather we've had. It's probably at its best now. They've moaned about that ball for around about 50 overs. Erasmus is not for moving. He'll have a smile, he'll have a look at it, get on with it. In the air, yes, gone straight to mid-on. It's Anderson, and England have 9.
Anderson and Broad, the combination. What a combination they've been down the years. Just a bit too quickly on to Jason Holder, who, shaping to pull, could only splice it to mid-on. With that pace and bounce, not an easy man to pull Stuart Broad. Simple catch for Anderson. We've seen 25 catches go down in this short series, but he wasn't dropping that one. 9 down, West Indies now. Only Shannon Gabriel to come, and the lead just 106. Holder gone for 23.
Shannon Gabriel comes in on a king pair, first ball duck in that first innings. High score of 20 not out. Side are effectively 106 for 9. I reckon he'll play some shots. Holder was trying to play the pull shot, got on him quickly, spliced it straight up in the air. Can't keep Anderson out of the game. Short leg, square leg. Shannon Gabriel. Yeah, might have inside edged that, I reckon. Yes, given. He's going to review it. Broad thinks he's got him. Shannon Gabriel could have got a king pair here.
Well, player review for caught behind. The original decision is out. Can you start from the front foot, please? Front foot coming up. Fair delivery. Can you move on to front on spin vision, please? Can you give me ultra edge, please? Take it forward, take it forward, take it forward. Okay, rock and roll it. Yeah, okay, the ball has missed the bat. I want to check LBW. Can you go for ball tracking, please? Ball tracking coming up, pitched outside the off stump, impact outside. Okay, Murray, you need to reverse your decision. I will let you know. Yeah.
Umpire just going through the procedure there of checking the LBW. Once he realised there wasn't the inside edge. And Gabriel obviously felt that, just flick his back leg. Instantly used the review. Off the king pair, just on a pair now.
Interesting how the third umpire there checks the LBW as well. The assumption is that the decision has been given out, although it's been given out caught behind, that remains out for LBW, which is odd, isn't it? Because then the umpire's call are all against the batsman, even though he's not been given out LBW.
Yeah, but England could argue we were appealing for either there. If he didn't hit it, we want the LBW, so you'd better check. But you're right, it's a difficult one to overrule. Bouncer was coming, that's why the short leg's in.
Just hearing from the third umpire, Ravi, when he checks for the LBW, they consider the original decision as not out.
Well, that makes sense, absolutely, because then the umpire's calls are in the batsman's favour, and that's exactly how it should be.
Good solid block. It's a wicket maiden. 177 for 9. Athers, next time we see this bowling attack in the Test match, it will be down under in the Ashes. I only think they'll go as a bowling attack. A lot of focus been made on the batting. Got enough resources with the Kookaburra ball?
Well, it's going to be wholly different, isn't it? As you say, not just the ball. The Kookaburra ball, very different to the Duke, less bowler friendly, you would say, but hotter, flatter pitches, generally less movement in the air and off the seam, certainly as you get through the innings. So that is the question. Anderson looks fit, you'd have to say. I think he surprised himself this summer by getting through 7 tests in what, best part of 8-9 weeks, and he looks as fit as he's ever been. Certainly his speeds are not dropped, so you'd have to say he's going to go as well as he has done.
Oh, that's out. That's a beauty. He has bowled some beauties in this Test match. He really has. All summer. That went up the hill. It was too good for Roach.
Well, one or two former players that I know have been saying for many years that they think Anderson has bowled at the wrong end here at Lord's. That the best end for him would be the nursery end. Well, he's come down to the nursery end because of those 2 warnings from Maria Asmus last night, and he's clean West Indies up today. He's 7 for 42 in 20.1 overs. Best figures in Test cricket for Jimmy Anderson.
39 wickets this summer for Jimmy Anderson. Not only his best figures here today, but best figures over the summer as well. Seems to be getting better with age. Averaging 14 with the ball. And on a Saturday afternoon at Lord's, the king of swing walks off. He's got 2 balls. One that got the 500. One that got him 7 for 42. Brilliant.
Great moment for Jimmy Anderson. And England will require 107 to win this Test match, which on this bright sunny afternoon and a pitch playing probably somewhere near its best, you'd think would be well within their range. That's the last of those 7 wickets to fall. Another good delivery, just cutting back onto leg stump. What a performer he's been, especially in England. We were talking about, you asked the question, and of course Anderson's average in Australia is 35, I think, when we were looking at that list earlier in the day, so he will go as well as he ever has, I'm sure, but that is not as well as in England for understandable reasons, because of the ball, the atmospherics, the pitches. He has been quite some bowler. End of West Indies, 62 to Shai Hope. He played beautifully. Aaron Powell played pretty well last evening at the top of the order, but it's been a struggle for everyone else.